Yes, I your flavor, make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.
Welcome everyone to the coach's desk with host Coach Minzy, the second night of the weekend's triple treat. And we are here to talk sports as usual. We're here to give our insights on what is happening in football. Definitely, we'll continue to do what we do over here on the coach's desk. Thanks to all the persons who support the movement. I really appreciate it. And you have been doing a tremendous job. Yeah, man. Big up to the moderators. Big up to the uh, persons who watch from time to time. Big up to the persons who contribute to the program, whether by super chat, whether by supporting the merch, yeah, man, whether by liking, whether by watching, because yes, your views go a long way. So definitely, we really appreciate all that you have done. Facebook, massive big up yourself as well, and all the persons who have been around from day one. You know what I mean? Really appreciate it. So definitely, and of course, we give you a sort of family feeling where we allow you to, call in, express your views. We allow you to come on the panel. Big up to all the panelists as well. You know what I mean? Big up to the panelists as well. Really appreciate the panelists who, from time to time, week after week, they are here because we have one thing in common, and that's football, and that's to discuss sports. So big up the whole coaches this family, man. Yeah, man. Big up on yourself. So people, we had a lot of games today. You know what I mean? There is there were a lot of games today. A whole lot of games today, right? And I know some of the results today weren't in your liking, but I mean, yeah, man. Let us go. So kicking things off. I don't want this super chat to pass, and we don't see it after a while. The comments them disappear. So early out the block, Shutter, big up yourself. Tariq McGee trending towards success. All right. So we leave that right there. All right. So over in the all right, before we go over to that. All right, before we go over to the English Premier League, let's look at our Jamaican Premier League. Yeah, man. We have Waterhouse FC destroying Arnett Garden FC. Yeah, that's it. The clash. And it was 4-1 to Waterhouse. Bradford, Cephas, Binns, Fletcher. Yeah, got the goals. Cephas for hold on. This looks so. So I see Bradford for Waterhouse, Cephas for Arnett Garden, Binns for Waterhouse, and Fletcher got getting 2 goals there, 51st and the 54th. So yeah, 4-1 to Waterhouse. Yeah, man, and the games are going on well. Although a lot of persons don't like some how the games are being played in terms of the quality, but you know, the games are going on. You know what I mean? So big up yourself, everyone. Let's look over into the English Premier League. We have Man City destroying Arsenal. Arsenal, yes. 5 goals to nil. Aston Villa, Brentford, um, playing out a 1-all stalemate. Brentford actually got a goal from Ivan Toney. Ivan Toney is off the mark, people, scoring a beautiful goal. And Buendia from Aston Villa also getting off the mark. So two newbies coming up into the Premier League scoring today. All right, then Everton blanking Brighton 2 goals to nil. Southampton and Newcastle sharing points, 2 goals apiece. Leicester City edged Norwich 2 goals to 1. West Ham with Mikel Antonio scoring his 50th goal and another assist. So it's 7 goal involvement in 3 games for Mikel Antonio. He's on fire. He's in form. He's doing exceptionally well. They had to share the points though with Crystal Palace. It was 2-all for that scoreline. And top of the table flop. Oh, I mean top of the table clash. Chelsea versus Liverpool. I know when you hear that, you know. I know you're coming at me, yeah, man, but that's what I said. Liverpool won, 10 men or 10-man Chelsea won. You know what I mean? So good game there from Chelsea, even though they were, you know, one player down. And that we expected that to happen, you know. Once there was a situation like that, you probably wouldn't get the best game out of these teams because I mean they were going to be doing a lot of defending. So that was it with the Chelsea Liverpool. Who get the better result? I think Chelsea got the better result because it was an away game for them. They were playing with 10 men. Yeah, so that was a better result. So over there in Egypt, yeah man, over there in Egypt, people, Al Ittihad with the big man, head of state, Damian Lowe. His team defeated Al Makoloun 3 goals to 1. And Damian Lowe was on the score sheet, people. He scored in the 87th minute. Good game there. And I think his rating was very high in that game. So it's a good look for Damian Lowe in that encounter. In the championship game, we have Derby County. They went up against Nottingham Forest, and it was 1-all in that encounter. 1-all. Of course, you know that Ravel Morris plays for that club. Fulham 3-0 over Stoke with Bobby Reid getting on the score sheet as well. So big up to Bobby Reid. Yeah, man, big up to Bobby Reid in that one there. Blackpool, they were beaten 2 goals to 1 by Millwall. And the man, Kevin Stewart. Let me see if it is so. Well, I see Kevin Stewart in this. Well, yes, he played. He was subbed on in the 67th minute, Kevin Stewart. So that's a good look as well. And Preston went up against Swansea. You know, Preston had or Daniel Johnson, DJ, he played in that one. Picked up a yellow card, had a very high rating there. There's no Jamal Lowe in this team. He was subbed on in the 61st minute, so he did not start. But good to know that these players are playing. Peterborough, they lost again, 1-0 to West Brom. Yeah, man, we had to mention that because Peterborough is a team with possible Reggae Boy. Rotterdam. Mm-hmm. They Who is on this Rotterdam team? Let me check. Wizarding, yes. Wizarding team blanked Doncaster 2-0. So that's a good one from Wizarding there. Just checking through people. All right, so that's pretty much it for League One. I know if I miss something, you will tell me. League Two, we had Forest Green with Jamil Matt. They were beaten 2-0 by Port Vale. Leighton Orient. Who plays for that team? Let me check. Is there a Jamaican on this team? Let me check the subs. I believe there's a Jamaican on this Leighton Orient team. All right, that's not so. Swindon with the man himself, Anthony Grant. He started in the heart of the midfield, but he was subbed after 58 minutes. I guess Qatar can tell us about that later on. Why was he subbed? But his team, Swindon, defeated Mansfield 1-0. All right, so that's pretty much it for the update of the games involving the Reggae Boys. Yeah, man. Yeah, so that's it, update. And also in track and field, Diamond League today. Yeah, man, we had some wins. The 110-meter hurdles was won by Olympic champion Answer Parchment, 13:03. Big run by him, Elaine Thompson era, 10:72, meet record. So yeah, man, things are going in sports now. Like I said, people, sports is medicine. Yeah, man, you have to get a hold of this medicinal property called sports. All right, so big up on yourself, people. Big up yourself. All right, so we have 99 people on already. Big up yourself. Just the golden rule: like up the stream before you jump on, or when you're jumping on. Yeah, man, big up yourself. Let me go through some of the comments now. We have Sean Bless, early out, real deal, top coach. Bless up yourself, Sean Bless. Eagle Republic, less than 5 days to kick off. Some players must fly over 9 hours just to get to Jamaica. All right, we're not gonna further that Eagle Republic. But big up yourself. Welcome. Jason, check. Big up yourself, Jason Ferran. We just hope that things going well, brother. Big up yourself, man. Fresh God, check. Big up yourself, Capo in the building. Estenic, JFF. All right, big up yourself. Welcome, Estenic. Rain Scorpion, is the squad release yet? No. Mark Plunkett, big up yourself. Early. Good evening, one and all. Yeah, man, big up yourself. Shatta, big you up already, because you drop early. 2 figures on the board, eh? Big up yourself. J Dice, big up yourself, man. Fresh out the blocks. All right. Primo, big up yourself, Primo. Big up yourself. Big up Primo. So people, you can check out Primo Vision. We have 100 people, over 100 people on this live right now. Primo Vision, very good YouTube channel. He's growing fast. So just encouraging you to go over there, people. Support the thing. He has some good content. So just check him out. Yeah, man. Just tell him our coach is destiny, yeah? I don't appreciate the coach giving Tariq 4 minutes. He deserves better, but it's a start. Yeah, man. Remember, I said he moved from U23 to on the bench to get in games now. So 4 minutes I go multiply, man. Yeah, man. He might lay it brick by brick. He can't lay all that brick. He blocks them one time in a mark. Yeah, man. Richie Royal, big up yourself. Welcome. All right. Yeah, man. The merch are out, people. You can check it. Hey, I got a photo. I got a photo today from someone who purchased the merch. The water bottle. It is out, people. Yeah, man. And it look good, you know. The big coach is this on it. Logo, you know. Big up yourself. Big up yourself. All the people who purchased the items so far, you can send a message to the number on screen. Let me know your feedback from the order. You know what I mean? Big up yourself. All right, Eagle Republic. The squad will be released the day after the game. I want to know the squad who is on it. Boy, this squad, trust me, people, can get some new development right now, no man. New development. Oh boy. O'Neal Williams, big up yourself. I see your Shakari video is trending towards 100 Ks. That is a lot. Oh, Primo Vision. Yeah, Primo Vision. Big up yourself, man. Wanna reach 100,000 K, you know? Big up to Primo. So that's why I want to go over there and support the thing, people. Because Primo are doing thing, you know? And you know, we are support everybody. Everybody we are support. Yeah? So big up on yourself. Big up on yourself. So I want to run up Primo Vision subscription list. If you have not subscribed, do so quickly. Yeah, man. Primo are doing thing, man. So the thing said. So we are support the thing. Check out Primo Vision's channel, people. Andrew Johnson, big up yourself. Welcome. All right. Big up, Jason. Big up. Mr. Shakar is a winner over there. Primo. Yeah, man. My opinion, big up yourself, no? Jerry Miller. People want to go to check out Jerry Miller football analyst as well. I dropped the link last evening in the comment section. So, Jerry, you can drop the link as well. So, you can go check it out. Good channel, people. Man, dissect the thing away where you have to get in tune with what go on. You see me, I say? How go on? Yeah, that's scared just now, but everything all right. All right, so check out Jerry people, Jerry Miller's football analyst. JPL battle for top 2 spots and top 6 tight. Yeah, man, cool. Gunners then come out where? And nah, no bullet, man. Wayne Evans, big up and welcome. Pepper gonna make him farmer assistant get it's a get fire. It was a good day of football, no lies. Yeah, man, a whole ball play to them, man. Yeah, man. It's a shatter. Last them. Easy past them. Uh, I hear a shatter. I watch Derby County and Man City. Yeah, man, watch them. You know what? I see all you know, say me I watch them game there for one. Me I watch one on TV and one on laptop. Yeah, Mark. So I understand. Yes. I broke. Big up yourself. I say them gone down. I watch the West Ham match first half as well. Okay, cool. Carson White, big up yourself. This makes no sense if other countries that are on the red list are calling up players, and I'm sure they are gonna go. JFF has no control over this, Carson. You have to understand. Going to try watch more of the West Ham this season. Antonio doing bits. Yeah, man, Antonio going with things, man. Man, now misfire at all. Him a fire. Oh, could I forget, people? How should I forget? Or how could I forget? Eh? Balakar scored an hat-trick today. Oh, I mean, Shamar Nichols scored an hat-trick today, people. Yeah, man. Big up to Shamar Nichols. Man could have about 6 goals, brother. In team 1, 4-5-2. The Belgian league, they currently sit fifth in the league. Yeah. And Cassiupen, where Tariq Maggi is first, even though they lost today 2-1. But big up to Boza. Big up to Balakar. Balakar in good spell. Balakar say us 4 goals in 6 matches that female. So Boza is back. Mm-hmm. All right. Him doing large things, not bits. Shaban Pate, big up yourself. I don't like the look of how things are going for us. The qualifiers begins next week, and we are still unsure if players from UK can't imagine going into the games with JPL players. Boy, I talk a rough still, you know. J-Rex, you must be glad that Ronaldo returned to Man U. Of course. Uh, it's not a big thing, big deal, but it's better than him going to. Well, it's a big deal, but it's even more greater because he's not going to Man City. Me have to make a call, J-Rex. Yeah, man, I had to make a phone call, man. Kieran, big up yourself, coach. It no happened today, but it's all good. Yeah, man, uno come out of that contest, fearing better still not Kieran. Chelsea. Away, 10 men and all of that. Yeah, man. Romario, Cohen, big up yourself. Maggie played today. Yeah, man, 4 minutes. Antonio is a beast. Cool. Chevron Pate, what happened to Bailey today? Is he, yeah, man, him still injured, Chevron. Mm-hmm. Yankee, respect. Big up yourself. Welcome. Antonio is a beast and the UK don't want to leave us with. I think Antonio is getting a UK call soon. Don't shoot the messenger. Here, shut up, people. Nah, man, him nah do that, man. Javan is back in the squad. Could be. Have the squad been released? No. DJ Liverpool. Who this? Machine Man. Joby McConnell used to play for Leighton Orient. I Wolf Bala used to play for that side, I think. But big up Machine Man. Okay, Joby. All right. 30-man squad selected George Stone. All right. Scored the best goal in JPL history. Some believe. Who that chatter? Oh, Javanese. Okay. So I know. Comment. Run gone left me a while ago. All right. The comments then come in quick and fast. I know me last. And what go on? I try to find what the comments then, people. All right. Find it. Find it. Which goal that Bobby Reed, Mikel Antonio, Liam Moore in for Panama game. All right. Coach said Chelsea. Bobby Reed scored today to coach. Yeah, man. I mentioned that. Congrats Parchment. Great way to bounce back from the Shakar. Like, Denzel, greetings. Big up and welcome. Boza with a hat trick. I heard Maggie played. Yeah, man. Fresh God. Big up coach and much respect. Big up Alex. Post birthday. Sikis, especially seeing that the qualifiers. Yeah, Shavan Pate. Maggie got a few minutes. Yeah, man, that's a good look. DJ Liverpool, what up? Welcome. Delmar with a burn. Always positive, always insightful. Blessings, coach. One and all upon the live. Fully yard. All right, Delmar, big up yourself, man. Chelsea was trying to play with 2 keepers. Yeah. James, the Jamaican should I say Jamaican man with Jamaican heritage. Marlon Lingard, you think Theater Whitmore ready for Mexico? Theater, I don't understand. Be yourself. All right, just here to like for South Africa. Pick up yourself, Jamaica. Push like. All right, Ferdinand, big up yourself, man. South African brother, you know. Big up, big up, big up. Javon plays. Based on sports news, it sound like two squads JFF calling up. English players for the home game and the others play. Yeah, man. Marlon, big up yourself, man. Ian, big up yourself. Big up Shamar. Yeah, what Kill Cataract say? What will Cataract say about Shamar Nicholson tonight? I saw him need to score for Jamaica. I think so that Cataract I gonna say. Troy City, big up yourself. Chelsea, now the thing, Kieran, yeah man, Chelsea are going out themselves, man. Chelsea came out the better team in that 1-1 draw. Away from home, 10 men. You can't ask them anything better than that. Big deal. Coach, it was just on TVJ News that the UK players, Antonio, etc., will get called up in the Panama match. All right. Anthony Grant was horrible today. 58 minutes sub. We have to talk to Cataract about that. Coach Miller was great working with him. Biggest coach in the world. You hear that, Coach Jerry Miller? Big up yourself. Carl, do you think Tap and Paul all have a good plan for Mexico coming? Them better have one. It's a Alex. Man, didn't get champ. Big up, Kevin Bill. Where's the Alex? Mistake me make with Balakar. The Boza, I should have said. Boza with hat trick car. Where you at? Bailey, I gonna miss the World Cup qualifier. Just see it on. Yeah, man. I'm injured, man. Play with 9 man and miss all penalty. Tyree came on as a sub today. Yeah. Wait, comments gone again. Okay, fine, yeah. One JPL player get called up. Like the goalkeeper that will Roof be available. I doubt that Sherman Scott. Welcome. Ricky Dance, big up yourself. Carson White, big up yourself. May not reach a level yet. Still trying. All right, Coach Miller, big up. I must Dennis Taylor. Can't be nobody else. I think Paul Hall on top of it more ready for this challenge against Mexico. So you think Paul Hall, I think all of them should be ready. The squad out. Giovanni is informing Costa Rica, so I won't be surprised if you get a call up. True. Best goal I see in JPL was a Michael Bins. All right, Dukon Stenet, big up. Yo, a cup game alone, Hector can play in a star. Big up yourself, Brian Martin, Man of Steel, aka Wall. Jane, big up yourself. Oh, Lawrence Vigaro play for them. Okay, cool. No, me know a baller play for them, man. Jernando Lindo, which English-based players come in, me confused. Big up yourself, welcome. Reese James' sister signed to Chelsea. Wonder if Reggae Girls can get her in the squad. One day, well, Reese James, well, we miss out Pana youth there, man. Qatar will say Shamar missed the penalty. We shouldn't have an issue. Most of the players playing championship, and I don't think they're not coming rules apply to them. Yeah, well, let's see. Shut a big up yourself from Ricky Dunks. They say not liking this. Best up coach. Part busting Chelsea go on with today. No offense. Yeah man. When Dre come here, I've got to talk to him about that in Dre Web. Dre Nick, I have no confidence in the MLS and USL players. Man, I asked if squad announced, not that I know of. Publicly. Sportmore captain that get called up. It has to be the goalkeeper. Morrison get called up. Yes, coach. Blessing Ricky Danks. Big up. Ricardo Morris. Zeus Cohen. Big up yourself. Welcome. We missed out on Reese James. Hope we can get Dejan Sterling. That quality right back. Yeah, man. So how much likes to reach out fresh? Yeah, people. So that's a new development that I wanted to mention, Dranic. Not Drainik, Eagle Republic. So Jamaica's tourist sector has been dealt a major blow with the United Kingdom restricting all non-essential travel to the island based on the COVID risk. The decision comes as a shock to industry stakeholders who were relieved on Friday when Jamaica was spared from being added to the dreaded red list. Ah, boy. I'm going to see if I can get the full story down and read it, because it's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting story there. Let me see if I can find it. This is I'm going to see it. I don't see it, man. Anyways, that is the situation right now. Hold on, let me see if I'm going too far. No, I'm not going too far. All right, I'm going to find it. All right. Yeah, man. So we were not placed on the red list. It's a King Javid and Andre Blake are going with things right now. Cool. So what the UK has done is introduce a traffic light and a travel certification system, which sees travelers categorized in green, amber, or red, depending on the level of risk in the destinations from which they are traveling. So travelers arriving from red list countries are placed under greater restrictions, including a 10-day quarantine and £2,000 hotel stay on their arrival in the UK. Understand? So the latest development has seen TUI, one of the UK's largest tour operators, canceling all flights to Jamaica until September 11. So that is where it is right now. Jamaica resorts told by TUI include Royal Rio, the Cameron, Hyatt, Ziva and Zilara, Jewel Grand, and Azul Beach in the Grill. In a statement on its website, TUI advised all its guests holidaying in Jamaica that they could continue their vacation and return to the UK on their planned flight. Customers will be contacted in departure date in order to discuss their options, which will include amending to another holiday with an incentive or canceling and receiving a full refund. So that is the situation. That is the situation. So, I mean, trust me. It's a sticky thing right now. Sticky thing. So, we're up on the fence right now in terms of red list. All right, Drainik. Coach, I think Kadeem Davis is a better goalkeeper than Dennis Taylor. Really? D4, big up yourself. Welcome. Team Cataract is in the building. All right, Phil Jones, Manchester United baller. Big up yourself. Coach, tell us your squad without UK based player. Really? Jamaica tourism industry is taking a beating. Mm-hmm. What do you think about Boza's performance today? Good performance. Get high grades. And I'm not talking that one. Mr. Shamar, you say 2026. Well, I mean, I tell you, Shamar tries to do too much with the ball when he plays for us. He can't do that with his club. Okay. Still there talk about Chelsea Park, but if Mount made right decisions, you would be in some big problems today. Right? I'm not sure. Michael, big up yourself. Well, the COVID death didn't exceed, so that a good thing. TVJ just named some of the squad. Mm-hmm. Javi, oh, Alvas look. Bless up coach and Dexters. All right, Michael, big up yourself. Can Jamaica play home games in Orlando or London? I'm not sure, you know. But if them play in Orlando, some of the players still can go. Well, Ravel wouldn't be playing. One who's the players they name? Goontown FC, he gave up a penalty. It's a plan for 2026. Progressive youth say it looks sticky. Yeah, he just needs to focus and leg a certain type of tackles. Everald Brand, big up. Tell me something about the players that are being able to play for the Reggae Boyz team. Herman Willis, big up. Yeah, coach, big show tonight. Yeah, man. Red list means we have to look to CEO at Chelsea. What up? J. Any weather? Well, we can't call him Rudiger uncle again, no, okay, boss trim. Big up yourself, Jay. And people can check out Dre Any Weather Sports channel too, Check it out. Yeah, man. J. Ross, big up yourself. Welcome. Corset in Cameroon, going to be in the Jamaica national team playing against Mexico. Yeah. JFF confirmed on TVJ News tonight that 2 squads have been selected. English-based players will only be able to play the home game. All right. Did you know that Ivan Toney scored a goal today in the Premier League? Yes, man. We made mention of that earlier on in the stream. JFF have to do some strategic planning in place to counter the situation. They have Mark Chambers. May God help us in the little magician we trust. Concacaf should have moved the first round victors to June. Really? Other players will play in Mexico, Costa Rica. Peter Lee, Vassal, Paris, East, and others are back. Greatest thing is that we still have most of the back line. Coach Antonio kicks a really powerful shot. His number 9 IQ is 10 out of 10. Apart from Ravel, I think he's the most anticipated baller we want to see. But Ravel play already. So we don't anticipate Ravel again. We know what Ravel can do. Antonio, everybody wants to touch a leather and put on a shirt. DC 1, Philadelphia Union 1. Blake and Alvas Paul starting halftime. Deputy CEO of Chelsea is here. All right, MPEC in the building. So we have the CEO, Dre Anyweather, in the place. And now CEO, Deputy MPEC is in the building. So we say when I reach 100 likes it. I will go on. Come on, people, like the stream. We have 195 people on and less than 100 likes. Come on, man. Yeah, man. Kemaru for Antonia, bad ball of them. Coach, don't forget that it is Ravel and any other 10. Yes, Jeremy, like we said that from morning, Some people just wake up, Jer. Some people just wake up. Antonio and the roof, the people them want to say, yeah, man. Mariapa should be able to be selected for any of the fixtures because he's currently unattached. Yeah. I said, drop the link, all right? Let me see what them few commenters say. I don't see how Vassal should make that team over Andre Lewis based on current form. True. Probably not sign the contract, mine. Yeah, but we still see a lot and get the best of a lot. Yeah, man, true. I have a suggestion. English-based player play in the first two games and them go back. That means they go back 5 days before the time. Good suggestion that you know. So them can quarantine. They would have less days to it. When the quarantine go on, them have more time with teams still out. True. What you say? Kieran is Chelsea defense minister. Yo, Chelsea massive rollout in the man. Win our home games and draw a match away and we qualify. Get our best players to play at home in USA, Honduras, El Salvador. Antigua, Brownman Security, big up, welcome. Pastor of the Ravel Church, Carson, right? Yo, Chelsea board director here, long time. All right, sir. No side Chelsea squad, roll out. And the Chelsea squad, the people they want to see that, they want to see the Jamaican squad. Yeah, Andrew, that's a good suggestion, Andrew. Wonder if the people them are listen. Coach, why you give credit to Chelsea and Jane? Whether because Liverpool played a better game today. JPS, big up yourself. Jeremy and Hendricks, wanna play a better game. But look at this. You have fixtures of home and away clash, right? You had a team wounded with 10 men, right? And you allow them to leave your home turf with a point. They had a bet that result suit them rather than you. So that's what I was referring to Jeremy and Hendricks. Me never say who play better. I know me not say that enough. I did not say that. You see me, sir? Right now, it's even one draw, one loser, one will work that for now. This COVID thing, Jano. Angelo is playing altitude and in good form, should be in the squad. All right, me I gotta drop a link. People can start calling as well, you know. And start calling. If Maggie got an assist, not sure, no, but I know he played today. Doreen, welcome, Doreen. Big up yourself. All right, Marlon, big up yourself. So the link drop, people. The link drop. All right. Check out the screen, people. Check out the screen. If you have a flow phone, there's a credit. There's a credit. They say United can't function without Alex. Uh, there's a credit. There's a credit. Indicate if you got that credit. Fitness with Jerome. If we don't get these English-based players for the World Cup qualifiers, we are doomed. Wow. Wow. It's a sticky situation for real. It's a sticky situation. But as was said, they might have different squads. With this travel restriction again from UK to Jamaica, of only essential flights, we're on the edge, Bridget. You understand? We are on the edge. Tell me if I get the credit, people. Tell me if I get the credit. Quick and fast. Where people them there? Come on, call in, man. Lines are open. Link is open. Run in. Remember, I know people. Rebels Entertainment. The COVID situation. So I guess they'd pick probably a 30-man squad and mix them with what you call it now, the other players that don't play in Europe, and then you put them in at the game for the home match. Yeah, man, something like that can go on, man. So yeah, people, Andre Blake better bring his Superman suit. Him always bring it, man. You can have any 23 players you want for each game. Doesn't have to be same squad each. All right, thanks. So CL.
Coach, how go?
I fired there.
No, man.
A long time we don't see you around here, you know.
Work have me away, man. You know, I'll lock down me after work, so. Just say things. I love how the things step up now, man.
All that.
Thing I grow, man.
Oh, yeah, man. Respect, man. Thing I grow for real,
Grow.
man. We
I
give
might
thanks for that, you know.
get through fertilizer on the show.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
And you know, the pandemic make it grow.
We give thanks, man.
I said
Claudia Hodge, big up yourself.
the pandemic make it grow, you know, because you have to stay in and you have to just find something to do. That's why more I think a show you full, you know. I not say man them eyeglass still, you know, but just show you say it give you find that time that you just stay in and down out on the road and do something else.
I working people watch the show, man. But guess what? Yesterday the weekend thing, it and
Yeah,
the
man.
time where it start, allow a lot of people. And you know, sometimes people that them job and them still have them earphone in and I watch and I listen what go on. You see me I say? When say Jason, we threw a fertilizer around the show. DJ Liverpool, I want them bad.
So I go on to start them, because I know you nothing about the team. What I go on?
Team supposed to select, you know, our name, you know, but I don't think everybody has been, like an official thing come out. Nothing like that now, mate.
So the players they know themselves.
I would assume so.
Oh. Right. Whenever they want to start the campaign for a negative vibe, because I tell you, don't aspect of it. Yeah, if you just pick up some man and go long, I expect to get a result.
Yeah, man, go on top, man. I take a call.
Oh, I say don't aspect of it. It's just hard to just pick up some man and go down there and think we get a result. And maybe go down there and pick up some man and get hammer bad. It just left a ugly look on the campaign so early. So we just have hope for the best. That's all we can do. Mm, that's all we can do. Nah, you know.
All right, big welcome Teddy Lee, the first call of the night. Go ahead, Teddy Lee.
Yeah, man, big up everybody in the comment section. Big up the viewers. Big up everybody. Big up the panelists. All right, the squad. The JFF still not name the squad or them name part of the squad.
I think they would have named their a squad, but probably fully released to the media yet.
Oh, they need to make it public so make us so go on. Alright, so the Azteca, like, how would I attack that game? How you believe would I attack that game? 5 at the back or what?
Well, it's all depending on who the coach have, you know. To go there with a low block, it might be a difficult thing to do. Can we soak up pressure in a game with a ball handling team like a Mexico team for 90 minutes?
We see Trinidad do it. We see Trinidad kind of, we don't know, even the Azteca, but maybe we have to use the Trinidad for him, you know? Maybe part the bus or something. But I think Mariapa and Lou have a good partnership. What do you know if Mariapa get called up? Mariapa supposed to get called up?
Should be. Mariapa don't have no club right now. So him can't take the risk of coming.
Yeah. But who would that be that third central defender if we are playing 3 at the back?
I think a baller like you think a baller like Liam Moore can make a step.
He's very crucial to the team now. So my captain for Reading now, so I know I want to come to Mexico.
Why would you
understand the players? I want to go Mexico too.
You know, see the man don't want to come, bro. The man they play with passion, brother. You know, watch a game when we play against USA.
I missed 10 games for them team and I'm very crucial to them team now. So
10 games. Oh man.
Let them go in Mexico and even Costa Rica.
And a 10 game, a 10 game.
I'm not loyal, but I understand the situation here.
Yeah, but Teddy Lee, look at it this way, Teddy Lee. Because me have a problem with this thing, you know. You see, because if it was a critical part of the season where you fight for relegation, you try to make the Europe thing, or you try to win the league, and you get your team get a call up now in red list country. I could see with that, you know. But at this juncture of the season where it is early season, even though early season you want to have a momentum and all of these things, but come on, man, you could have given and take because you know that the pandemic is out there and it is affecting everybody globally. You see what I'm saying?
So, yeah, but remember, at least every man them now mix 2 or 3 games if them go quarantine, if them go back now. You know what I mean? So we have to understand the man is crucial for the teams still, you know? So we're not, by the way, we're loyal to Jamaica and everything, but we understand the side and the side of the government, maybe the government of Jamaica or the JFF try to lobby the Prime Minister of UK, you know what I mean? But the clubs understand the clubs, you know what I mean? I would also the defense, so I forgot about there. Alva Spoiler, when last he played centre back?
A good while now, probably years now. Time I play. I
remember he was a partner lower in the under-20s and
yeah, man, but that a years ago, I
understanding already now.
Predominantly has been playing right now. So
you can't play that for that.
Maybe we have as a makeshift centre back. Because
no.
Laddie and Richie, because I think Laddie and Richie and Talbot locally are the top man them, but
no.
confident for them to kind of step up.
Yeah, but if we have Mariapa, we have got us use him, you know, man.
Yeah, Mariapa, I know about if you play 5 at the back, you don't know where I need an next centre back.
Yeah, but coach, you have a youth when you have Jordan Scarlett.
Yeah, man, it's a good man. The game there.
Yeah, we don't know if we don't know if the technical team. We don't know if the technical team know about them.
Yeah, man. I think he had a league squad, you know.
Oh, that's a league squad, but we don't know if it's verified. So a league squad that go around.
Yeah, man, we see a league squad.
To me, one of the best centre back them in the USL still, that a Jordan Scarlett, Jamaican man.
Yeah, man.
So.
But I think, coach, I think like how we have a D-mid problem, I don't know why on earth and even they're afraid to give Joey there's a that you the play for we are the under.
Yeah, that's true. But me I said probably them don't know about these players.
They know about him, man.
No. One of two things. One of two things. Is either them don't know about them or they're not tracking the players.
They know about him. Trust me, they do.
So hopefully Anthony Grant comes to leave with them in a league. Hopefully he come because the stadium area, Devon Williams alone and who else some of them pick them going at the middle of there. I don't know who them have picked.
Yeah, man, they must have bushweed chatting here going with Teddy Lee with the Alva Sport. Yeah, you know, so you make some unconventional thought though, Teddy. When even some
Alva's what I mean by bullshit. Alva's what used to play centre back.
yeah, he used to play it, but I mean a long time he not played the position.
Yeah,
Never
but chop and change, you know,
Yeah,
so,
but Teddy, hold on.
Richard in a good form to play centre back like for
Teddy,
the national team.
Teddy. Remember, say Alva Spowell has not had a good game for us since he came back, you know, or playing even the right back position. You would have really want to risk putting him in the middle of the park at the centre back.
Yeah, but you want to at least give him confidence. But I try to say, remember, I'm not going to be the sweeper, I'm going to be the man who at least about elbow in the CDM position and help tackle. So, my basically have the ball and go forward. You know what I mean? I help Jabber and Brown now put that right back and at least make lower we call it Mr. Powell come in. It's a good team when we look for it still, you know. But if we have a better centre back here, maybe if we trust Mr. Scarlett or Laniel Richard to open them or Talbot.
Maji, Carla, two open up playing about what two open up in this.
Hello?
He must say two open and playing a ball, or you just bring in two open, so.
Okay, but remember, Kappa used to even play, remember Daniel, I remember 2012, Daniel got Alva's for play centre back. You remember him?
Yeah.
Senior team.
Mm-hmm. I would want a chance Alva Spowell in the heart of my defense. It no matter which, it no matter if a 3 or 4, me not use it around. I wouldn't use it. And probably Michael Hector would be available for these things, you know. So you never know.
Who, Hector?
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, if you're available, that will look good. You know? Remember, my centre back we get called up for the US. When him Tim Ream, so therefore Hector maybe I will come off of the bench or something. So maybe Hector is a loyal soldier, so hopefully maybe get a call up and we come still, you know.
Alright.
You know what I mean? Alright, so big up.
Yeah man, big up Teddy Lee.
Yeah,
alright, cool. So DJ Liverpool, may I hear something there? Man, I'm a beat Teddy Lee. Teddy Lee, man, I'm a beat in the comment section. You know?
Teddy Lee, so Teddy broke shot, man.
Me here's a Joy Desert injured, you know. So, hold on, we'll get our next call. I'm going to screen it. Oh, I'm going to have a screen it. I know who this. Caller, you're live. Welcome.
Coach Alex, I call you.
Yeah, man, big up yourself.
A lot of people them find live. Guys, it's a Jeremy and good they find a good spirit because Liverpool are not good for right now. I heard in the South American news that Argentina players will play for their club. Will leave their club to play for World qualifiers, even though they're in a red list country, and they definitely will. I think Brazil will do the same too.
Yeah, man.
Take a risk. And go over there. But what I heard from TVG and my grapevine that they will name a two squad. One to play against Costa Rica and one to play against Mexico, and one the UK based players are played inside Jamaica against Panama. So I hope that particularly and that could work. Even if we can have that then coach, I think that would be the best position for us. But I said this is a very bad time, and I think that the government could have given leniencies to the players because they play in the Premier League and they have a lot of fans around them. So at these countries maybe not have a lot of fans in the stands, and they're not like having a lot of people they're contacting with. So I think that the Premier League should have gave these players a chance to come play. It's kind of unfair though because they have like a amount of fans in the stadium for the weekend games in the Premier League, or why they can't come play for their country over here. You know,
Alex, and I told you,
they have COVID. They have the COVID vaccine already. So what's the problem? You know, coach. That's that's what I'm trying to get out of my mind. I don't understand what's really going on.
Alex, I think though it is the country's government first thing as to protect the people of the country, you know. if they believe that you are going to a country that is a red list country, or a country that has high COVID-19 thing, they definitely would want to have that country as a red list to protect its citizens of the country. So on that premise, we can understand that part.
England is a red list country, so coach, you don't got a lot of COVID cases in USA. So I don't understand, coach. This is just kind of a little bit unfair because England have more COVID cases than Argentina or the other rest of the country that were there on red list. So what's the cost? Look at that, coach. Look at the number rate that's in Costa Rica or Panama, or Mexico, and check it against England. Who has more COVID rate? Answer that question. UK have the more COVID rate, coach. So why in the case these players can't left and go play for the country? In the case in the UK, they should be red listed. They should have played in the UK then. Where I come from, coach?
Mm-hmm.
It's all messed up. Work qualify. I have to go on.
But what we just see.
Everybody in the life venting right now. You get where I come from? I have to go on.
That's true. And next year, if I think World Cup would still be on, because even like the Olympics were held, even though the cases were very high down in Tokyo. So comes what may, the World Cup still have to go on. So I think they should have give and take with what is happening. But again,
they acting like this whole COVID stuff is all for like the people for like it's not the people for it's just a pandemic. You can't come from work on it. How much years ago now? I mean 2 years ago in the pandemic, you know, coach. Last year, I mean 2 years ago in the pandemic, you know.
Yeah, man.
It's a work on it, bro. I want to put in protocols. Work with the people. Premier League should work with the different
Yeah, but Alex, at the same time, you know, Alex.
Players coming, but they don't have to quarantine when they come back.
No, but Alex, at the same time. No, Alex, at the same time, the country can't just free up the thing so and then let anything come in. Them still have to have them protocol where people have to adhere to. You understand? So if them put in certain measures, if certain measures are put in, no going around that. But for the ballers, them, I believe that there should be special exemption for the footballers. That's what I believe. So in all of them taking the chance to.
I just hope they hope this whole Jamaican fans and just hope and pray not only us going to all of this. Like where I come from. We just have hope and pray so it get better. Like where I come from and we should do better. Like where I come from. You have to take many fields before you reach a step in our coach, and this is one of our things that we have to take.
The Jamaica embassy that's in England, man. Make a call. Get a rocking.
It really hurt me to see we are reaching a position like this and all of this right now. You get where I come from? So, I mean, coach, I just hope for the best. Hopefully they release 2 squad already. They should release. One for the Panama game, which all the UK players until then we can release them in this side of the stadium. And one the rest of local and US still and the MLS players there for the Mexico game. But my approach I would take to the Mexico game though, coach, I don't play a low deep block. That's how I think you can be.
Okay.
Where Mexico, they don't like to play. Sometimes they play through the middle, but they like to play wing plays. And you know come from so you annihilate the wings and make you have your wing back them track back and front up the field. You get where I come from? So that's a bit disposition to me. I play a 5 at the back. 5 at the back.
Let us see the approach of the coach. Let us see the approach of the coach, you know what I mean? To see what he will come up with. But Alex, big up yourself for the call, man.
I mean, big up Cataract. You see me? We're turning off the sound tonight again. Don't worry yourself. We're there watching.
All right. But Cataract, Alex, I big you up and I got turn off the sound. I don't understand that.
Coach, you see what happened when the man not getting a cat to come over for them birthday? Sound upon them mind. Right, I know you shouldn't even be able to call, brother. Because you should have put in about 6 hours of work last night and mash up. Yeah, man. The tiddlywicks. Where you play for your birthday? That's a problem. Tiddly winks. Where you play with the catty? That's why you can't call me but lock up cataract.
Hey, people, we have a big up Teddy Lee, Teddy Lee at the first call as Shatta alluded to. Also, Teddy Lee is a man who call a lot of programs. Teddy Lee is a columnist as well. Him write to the editor. So don't take Teddy Lee. Teddy Lee is a big man in politics. Him talk a lot of political things.
What?
And sports as well. So big up to Teddy Lee.
No.
Coach.
Yeah.
Now curfew starts 6 o'clock and Teddy Lee is still there bar.
Probably having papers, A lot of people have papers now for trouble, as essential persons,
But probably have a church and a bar. Yeah, that's a 7-day church.
Some people are essential workers,
Man's Alva's full of center.
Coach,
Stop out, because what's sense,
Nah, man. Hold on. I'm going to say what they quote. Pick up the quote. Hear what now? Teddy Lee. Police are going to address it now. Because I like something that when they come off a plane, when they couldn't find. Look like I in your garage it there. Alva's power head back.
Hey, that's years ago,
No, that even Alva's Powell remember same as a centre back.
Schoolboy
Serious?
football.
Yeah, not even Alva's remember that. Oh, you remember that?
But you have to give him credit still, Not
But
the one on the screen.
Give the screen credit. Give the screen
Not the
credit.
one on the screen.
No coach.
Hold on. Even though him go baseless with that argument, I think he made a brilliant point about 5 at the back. So in the midst of him talking about the Alva's ball, the 5 at the back is not a bad idea.
But you're 5 at the back, coach. You're dead in the midfield.
No, well,
You're
the
dead in the midfield.
the 2 flank man, them are going to make it become 3 at the back. So you have
So either 3 at the back you play, which is 3 central defenders. And you play 5 at the back with 2 central defenders and a sweeper. That's what 5 at the back was, Remember when we qualify under Samoa's Durant Brown was a sweeper. Not 3 at the back. Because you have to match the Mexicans and clog up the middle of the park. Otherwise,
because they play a sort of game where they take control of the game. Ball control and passing movement. They're a possession type of ball team. So you want to disrupt them. But the high press, I hope we don't play the high press and play the entire game and then we get winded, especially in Azteca.
We have to take with time.
Yeah, man.
We have to take with time. You understand? So first of all, some of my manners, they got the whole team cataract. It's a movement, you understand? God bless you, and I build it brown man security. Him there for surety. The man violate the cataract. You see me? Ricky Dance there from early. Real baller. Doreen Brown, so she a mama for the team. So I say, Wesley I'm not say yes. If I wait for cataract, but there I don't want to jump on the whole team cataract. But here we go, coach. From what I've been hearing, we have to be responsible. You understand? This 2-team scenario, I support it 100%. I want to commend the JFF. I think that it's an astute solution to a difficult problem. Right? So I beat them, but I here to commend them if that is the approach being taken. Because it was very sticky, like Jack Ure said, sticky. And they seem to have tiptoed through the raindrop with that idea. Which would generally say, look, go to Mexico, keep the scoreline respectable, and then come to the stadium and deal with Panama. Wicked. Real problem in the coaches. Only thing I'm going to have with JFF. When we were telling you guys in April and March about Johnson Clark Harris, we never take away on. Now you see you need a very clinical striker in the championship so that if the Premier League keep up this foolishness, we can still have Not as good as Kemar Roof or Mikel Antonio, but something approximating to.
So hold on, Qatar. The EFL has not joined the whole situation. From what I've heard is that they would have joined.
Well, I would have to check that up to see if they have actually joined in. I would have to check that. But up to my thing, the EFL had not issued a statement. But anybody who was there, Sir Richard, because we did make a demand.
Yeah, Richard,
the British
come on.
Need to come on the program.
Yeah, Richard, jump on, Richard.
I know where you tell speak. You need to tell Boris Johnson to speak. Look like you would have coached this badness. You need to have Downing Street badness too. Yeah. Call up there, sir. And can't bother the man and now go fling to a stone in the FA window. Yeah, brother.
Come, Richard. Jump
on. Richard, I'm not chatting to the man. I'm not chatting.
We need to quiz Richard tonight, you know, Qatar.
Yeah, man. I tell our TV. We understand them British we hide. Mama, you have to go in that street and start brawling in front of the FA like say they kill you down a garrison. You know, them garrison go and be able to kill you down. Yeah, so you have to go be here, Mr. Talawa. Yeah, none of that speaky spouty thing, mate. You need to go out there and say, leg on the ball of them.
You know, she could have shot no man. Remember Arsenal did today.
Yeah, Arsenal just buried. But let's keep it Jamaican. Arsenal.
That's why I cranky eyed.
Fully propping up the league. Hercules. The strong the brown dog out there shoot. Anyway, so the two squad solution, coach, I think is very, 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 very well thought out by the JFF. As we seek an emergency and think outside of the box. But they need to also give credit to myself and the coach at desk. I remember we did tell them that first coach said them to just bring the call up the player them for the Panama game.
Yeah, man.
Don't drop a catch, so that they listen. Ian Campbell, you know, say faithful and thing there.
So first you got this championship joined in.
Yeah, man. Eagle Republic. I'm gonna tell you something. Garrett Southgate, you know where you live in. I'm gonna say Aston Villa used to play for and live in Birmingham, you know. Okay, alright, cool. Come on, try that.
All right, let me check some comments.
It's not a red herring. It's a black, green, and gold herring. What something I go out with Mason Green with them. Something I go on and I click with him and Mason Green and I tell you what happening. Because Garrett come out. Already, me know.
Yeah.
Only thing left him do I call my name and say, Kata, are you over here, chat? But coach, something I go on. It look like Mason a techie call, you know. It look like he called Mason and Mason. So hold up. Hold up! Give one of them. Hold on. Give one of them ninja man thing something. You level. Look like Mason gave a level. Because it wouldn't make sense, coach, that the most informed striker, British striker.
Well, I Liverpool. I want to go out, man.
Yeah. Ricky Dams, big up yourself.
On the live, Liverpool. Fix up yourself. I don't know if everybody see it. You have to fix up yourself on the live, man. What that go out, man? Can't do that, brother.
No, it's shut up. You were not here yesterday.
No,
I have challenged
some of my people in here, you have to go hide, you know.
I have challenged Stan Kroenke to a winner take all tiebreaker. Because they can't go so. You understand? The whole team cataract out. They don't block the live. You understand? So after the qualifiers, Stan and I need to have a serious debate because we'll know where we are. You understand? And there will be some serious matters to talk about.
Let me run through some of the comments when we get there.
We'll fly through the comment then, anyway.
Yeah, man. All right. So, Roger says Antonio, Liam Moore, and Bobby get called. That's all the names they mention on the newscast, I believe. All right. Mosquito big like flyer. So. All right. So, Neo Sovereign said the red list was in place before EPL announced it won't release players who travel for the World Cup. The EPL has had to deal with the COVID related inconveniences. This conduct is craven and affects third world players. Alright. You understand that one in here? Oh, comment run gone. Alright, we find it back. Yeah, man, we hear so the championship join. Roger Grant said the return of Peter Levers, Ricardo Morris, Romario Williams, and Javon East. Let me read down there. Southgate left you a message in the telegram. He said Greenwood's dual nationality is a red herring issue and should not be taken seriously. What say you? Speak. We soon make Qatar come in and defend that. Make him throw over a serious tonight. Hey Richard, they need to jump on, man. Jump on. We need a British person online so we can, talk up what go on and ask questions. All right, you see, Mikel did see sitting there, Mikel see DJ Liverpool in there, man. To tell the man to put on a shirt. Me never really see him have him have on a shirt, Yeah, man, that's why I make me get him off, man. But they look, boy, Alex, go ahead, man. Hold on, we get a call, Qatar. Now, you can answer that question on my screen.
No, man, that's telling say Garrett in a problem. I believe that something is not right with the Mason Greenwood thing. But I chat about it. It's not a red herring problem. It's a black, green, and gold problem. And the JFF, I urge you, go for the baller. Make this, draw the line in the side. Go fight for the baller. Yeah, man. If we lose, we lose. I saw it up. Yeah, man.
All right, Qatar. We have Tevin Campbell online. Go ahead.
Tevin Campbell, good evening. Evening, sir.
Yeah, man, go ahead.
Yeah, but I do have one with the coach, isn't it? The one who was catching representing.
All right, big up yourself.
Yeah, well, me I try to say, when I like what go on in the football industry right now. When I like what me I see. You get what me I say? When I like that.
Sure.
It look like, to me, as far as me can see, the main part of it are the black country them are feeling. Majority of that. Right now. What go on. Yeah?
Yeah.
They want to fight it because we noticed this. When the senior World Cup and Bobby Reid scores ton of them say have COVID. And COVID, you can't have COVID and recover in a couple of days.
No, Tevin. No, Tevin. We're not gonna accept that. It can happen, man. You have to remember that Bobby Reid, we understand, was vaccinated. So you have some people who are not vaccinated that they can recover at a very rapid rate, and you have some ones that take the vaccine, they recover quicker than persons who don't have the vaccine. So I'm putting that caveat there. Yeah, man. Go ahead.
What may I say? Let them jump at cut because I'm never in that we can't see the sport in more than two other Jamaica football support.
No, man, they're not drop no official squad yet. The official.
I want to find out if the squad drop.
No, not officially.
Because I want to know, because we have to support the Reggae Boyz, You see me? Yeah. As I said, and when you hear man come back to that about advance story, you can't be the sit there, man. It come like, this man coming like him day and I play like skinny thing with the kick go. But what's the idea? Look how long advance story, something like that.
A years now.
A years, that's it. We know advance for a long time, a long time.
Yeah, man, but at least, you have at least say my think, so we have to give him that.
I don't feel like, what me say, if they want to play a back tree, you have to use the best back tree.
Yeah, man.
You understand? You have to use the best back tree. And the best back tree, where we see, at the end, you know, layer more, and then you can spin up. Or Mariapa can replace one of them, in which we know the Mariapa, older now. You understand?
Yeah,
so we never use it. That's alright now. You understand?
Yeah, man.
But in the midfield still, all of them have to use a 5. 5 can use it. All of them, either them use Bailey as a second striker up there with something there, with Antonio.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good.
man.
And I use Kemaru, I come through the middle. I come through the middle like they say.
Yeah, but
He can't play in Mexico. Antonio and Kemar cannot
Antonio
go
and
to
them
Mexico.
man, they can't play in Mexico.
Can't
Man.
go to Mexico unless they defiantly challenge the thing.
Mm.
But they want to ask if you don't feel that the best back three we have seen is Lowe, Moore, and Wes Hardy against Serbia.
Yeah, that's Japan.
Serbia game.
Yeah.
Down at Japan. That's the best back three we see so far.
Yeah. See that one day. Well, it's up to the coach, you know, but the coach now has said still. Because according to me, you know, when you see, you know, you see, in a certain things, I don't want to play nobody else in position, you know. You understand? Those players can do that already, you know. But in a some coach, you know, you see them look certain positions with strength, they can tell you, I'll spin up, you know. Same like when you use them at Japan against Serbia.
Low.
And he knew it so. And you try something.
Mm-hmm.
And Serbia for the work out of Mexico right now. Them do it already down there. With the with team not fully come back, you know. Come and watch a match there, you know.
Yeah.
For them trying, you know. But watch that them match there, you know. So them can't do it again. We have to just have faith now with teams.
Yeah, man.
But I wonder if Andre Gray can come back too. Because he's not playing football.
Sure.
So he's supposed to can. He's supposed to have the you know. I told them could have sent down with some news team. The news team, you know, as I injure man, so they can't miss a couple match, man.
Yeah. All right, Tevin. Big up yourself, man. Respect for the call. All right.
I think what the caller's trying to say, or I don't want to have said to him, but they want to interrupt him, is that I think that right now the JFF's plan is to not try to aggravate the Premier League clubs, right? Because remember this is a long-term thing, right? And so they won't call the Premier League footballers to play in Mexico. I think that is what I understand it to be. But moreover than that, remember Andre Gray is contracted to Watford, and Watford is a Premier League club. Andre Gray is a Premier League player. So even though you don't see him, we still have to put some respect on him name. £70,000 a week.
Yeah.
Right.
Money.
So
Money enough.
And him look like him now take no little bit of money.
Yeah.
Because him now go a championship, you know, little bit of money.
True.
So
Man, know him work.
They know him work, so he just did it. Cause believe you me, he would have gone by now. You understand? But Richard is here.
Yeah, man. Well, go on top, man. I'll screen on this.
Having a cup of tea with his tiddlywinks. Richard, man, have a good pint of bitters. Yorkshire bitters. Yeah, man. Oh.
Backup as well. Backup is here.
Backup is no man, nothing backup. No, Richard. No man, nothing backup.
We're gonna have words tonight, Cataract. We will
have words, and you're a man that I want to send on a mission, but every time we send up on a mission, you come back empty-handed. I want you to organize street protests in front of the FA and the EPL's offices.
Why? Well, hold on, gentlemen. We have a caller online. Yeah, man.
Okay.
Marlon from Clarendon. Marlon, go ahead.
Yeah, in my opinion, what I want is that, and may I say this because program watch with Sportsmax, where the Trinidadian football and talk about the back and forth with them have historically with the clubs when it comes to international duty. So for me, while me understand that the clubs them have follow UK restrictions, them love this position we're in right now, where them have a situation where them can prevent the players from going on international duty, and them can hold them hands up and say, I know we are the UK restrictions, and we don't want to send them now because they have to go 10 days quarantine. Like, it's a convenient position for them to deny players now and just say, all right, hands off, don't blame me. That is what we face with them, like,
Yeah.
in my opinion, because historically, especially the smaller nations, they don't like to send them players go play for smaller nations. They not fussy when you go play for the England, the Brazil, but like when we hear the Trinidadian footballer talk about the battle with Dwight York and Sir Alex Ferguson, they must say they have battles because Fergie Trinidad go play for General. Who that? So the level of inequality now, them have a perfect storm. We say we just now send them this time, man. The way I want to. Me feel like say FIFA can use them power to actually nudge the situation down the road, and we are going to really see if FIFA going to do that. Just like how everybody open arms about Super League and FIFA come out and release a strong statement about Super League. I mean, international football is FIFA business, so if they're more concerned about Super League and less about international World Cup qualifiers, the priorities not the wrong place in my opinion. The same way how them can put a hard line stance against Super League and say, we are going to do this. They're supposed to flex them muscle on the English clubs them now to say, yo, free up the man them and do the political rumblings with the British government to lead to an amicable situation in my opinion.
Yeah, man. A good point these you are making, Marlon. Big up yourself, man. Anything else you want to add, or that's it?
No, I ain't that.
Yeah, man. Respect, man, and thanks for calling in and thanks for tuning into the show. All right. Big up all the Clarendon people in the house as well. Big up.
Yeah, man, big up Clarendon. You know, say me pen, I'm a play pen. That them say, you know. Coach, I was saying that I wanted to activate Sir Richard.
Well, it look like the activation I gonna take a look a while. The caller them are calling.
No, I want him to activate and get the street protest in front of the FA. Release our players. It's not modern day slavery. Let them go. Come on. Respect the law of the country, which says that the player must come back and quarantine for 10 days and utilize your big 25-man squad that you have and find a replacement. Just like Aston Villa had to do last year when they played Liverpool in the FA Cup and they had to play a bunch of teenagers. Is that the number for the FA?
Hold on again.
That's point number 4 that I'm concurring with you on. Point number 4, the EPL versus FIFA. Aston Villa, that is a precedent. I fully concur with you, Cataract. Tonight.
Hold on there, Richard. Hold on.
All right,
Before you speak, we have a call online. Go ahead. This is Dean from Clarendon. The Clarendonians are calling tonight. Go ahead, Dean. Caller, are you there?
Speak.
Right. Caller. All right. I'll take our next call. We're not here.
Country people they get intimidated by the English speak there now. Sir Richard, you have to go easy with the country man.
We're not run tonight. We're not run tonight.
Just come from bush and them thing there, see me?
Watch
the He's back. He's back. Go ahead, Dean.
The US men's national team include all the English-based players and championship players. Mexico do the same thing, including English players and everything same. So we want to know what's going on then. Because Mexico dropped the squad and Jimenez from Wolves in the squad. Just in the squad. Team Rim from Fulham in the squad today and all of those. So I want to know what's really going on there with that's more I want to know that they include everybody in their squad. It's a 28-man squad announced. Both teams, it's a 28-man squad. Look like they get the chance to announce 28 man. So I want to know what's going on with them.
Well,
all the English players in and championship player in the America squad.
All right, I understand your girls right there, Dean. Next Clarendon, I see MPEC I say him come from Clarendon. Big up yourself, MPEC. I believe though, what is going to happen, Dean, is that we are going to probably select a 30-man squad as well, or a 28-man squad with some of these.
No, 28.
No, man, I'm saying we are going to be selecting a squad like that as well with some of the UK-based players or the Premier League players, but they won't be playing in the Mexico game. They can't play in the Mexico game, so we don't want to put them in a problem, I guess. I think the onus would be on the players if they want to brave it. And as Neil said on the screen, if they decide to come, I don't think that there's any contractual bias or basis in their contract for them to be held accountable for something like this. You know what I mean? So the onus is on the players to make that decision if they want to come here or not.
Okay. And next point, as we're talking about Liam Bailey in jail, Liam Bailey till mid-September or something like that.
Yeah, man, we are aware of that. Yeah, man, we are aware of that.
Liam Bailey in jail.
Yeah, man, we are aware of that. Yeah, man, but big up yourself still, Dean. All right, cool. So, Mr. Tiddlywinks, speak your time.
CD.
Yeah, man.
Coaches this, Papa Minze. Full respect.
Yeah, man.
I listened to last night's show. Replay style this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Coach Minje, I'm not a Tory. Nor have I ever been. Nor am I. Nor will I ever be. Let's be clear. Cataract, yes, sir. Let's be clear as crystal. Listen, tonight is a night for big man. Tonight is a serious night. Big man, big father business. And I am calling out to the Jamaican diaspora, all supporters. Tonight, tomorrow, and forthwith, let us, get me now, let us put our full 110% support, get this, behind the Jamaican squad. Whoever is picked to go forth and represent Jamaica. I was concerned following your program. I was concerned. Cataract, I heard you asking me to rally the troops, take to the streets. I'm taking to social media tonight on CD's show, and I want a clear recorded response to this. Get me now. Get me. Get me now. I was picking up a vibe, coach's desk.
Mm-hmm.
Crank in the house. Good night, Crank.
Good night, sir. Good night.
Good night, sir. I'm glad you've joined us nick of time. I was picking up on a vibe following the show that suggested to me that my Lord, I am apoplectic as I speak tonight. There was a whiff of xenophobia. My Lord, have mercy, Cataract.
Hey, it's so like
prepared.
It's so like
man, so like Pastor and Shakespeare in one.
They need to prepare a prayer mat here, sir. I might need to reach for that rag that Cataracts has. Look here.
You want to wash?
Cranky, that is point 8. That is point number 8. Because when you said take bad and laugh, you brought some levity to the proceedings. I thought the English-based Jamaican players were being called to Jamaica with welcome open arms as a response, a direct response to the virulent racism, the underbelly of nastiness that occurred after Euro 2020, when those men, good and true, stood square, took the penalties, missed, and the disgusting feedback was outrageous. But I was picking up a vibe of xenophobia on the part of certain Jamaican fans who believe, one, I'm not going to name names, people will know who they are, but tonight I want to hear answers. Some people seem to be of the belief that Jamaican born Depani rock players are not only not up to scratch, but may not be worth investing in terms of actually responding, supporting, and following their efforts to qualify. Are we relying on UK-born Jamaican-linked players who may not actually be welcomed? I'm going to keep quiet. I'm going to back up, and I'm going to hear what you guys got to say. But this was an overarching issue that came up, and it may have some grounds. I want to know tonight, how much ground does this thought hold? Because I'm picking up that if those guys don't fly and drop from the sky tonight or tomorrow, Jamaica's quest for World Cup qualification for Qatar is doomed, and a whole heap of man ready for jump ship. Come in, citizens.
Speak. Well, no one is jumping ship here.
No.
We are not Lord Nelson. This ain't the Battle of Trafalgar. We are going down with the ship, win, lose, or draw. But it must be of grave concern to us to be without Jamaicans, because that's what they are. Ethan Pinnock is a Jamaican. Mikel Antonio is a Jamaican.
Qatar, let me probe this before you go any further. Richard, I don't know what sort of vibes you got from watching the video, but yes, the vibe from us on the panel last night was one that was not spoosy, as they would say, spursy or whatever the word is, right? We weren't upbeat because we are concerned, right? I do believe that there are some persons who might be xenophobic, and we can't control that. But I don't believe that came from the panelists last evening. I don't think so.
Coach, for the most part, you are quite right. For the most part, as I said, people would know who they are on show and off show. But there were comments. I was reading many comments as the show during the live chat. So yes. Yes,
in the comment section.
And it's to that point. Yes, Coach Minzy, I'm following 110%, right. And it's to that particular strain, because it's not just us who are here on the panel who are the fans. So it's very interesting, and I want that point to be addressed to see if there is some background. And remember, Fourth Official was alluding to this point. Fourth Official was actually saying, "Watch this." Romy was suggesting that this is arguably a dream. I won't use the word we used before that. It's a proverbial so-and-so dream as far as the JFF may be concerned, or certain people in the JFF are concerned, because, and dare I even mention Tepper, because they may want ideally jam rock players, locally sourced, maybe playing in the MLS, but they may not want to go through the laborious issue, quote unquote, of dealing with overseas talent, and this is a concern. So go ahead. We're gonna have to talk tonight.
I want to say again, I think Coach has answered 50% of what I wanted to say. I said there was no xenophobia emanating from this panel, and I will not sit on a panel that has any form of xenophobia. We have, and we're clear, including last week Sunday, when we tried to identify the scenario if no European players could come. And we tried to look around and see what the team would look like.
Mm-hmm.
We asked the xenophobes to speak because we could not find players to fill a 23-man squad from the locally based and the MLS. We were looking at, some people were recommending all 38 and 39-year-old Jerm and Taylor. There is a dearth of match-ready players playing in the JPL. And I say this without fear of contradiction. I think there might be 2, maybe 3 outfield players who are now playing at an international standard. Andrew Vanzi, has MI5 snatched him?
Yeah, apparently that, yeah.
Did Boris Johnson send around like Andrew Holness? Right? But in case he's listening, I just want to say and be clear that we couldn't find the players because after the chatting's done and when it come down to the thing, I want the Andrew Vanzi there because other players may have a glimpse or flashes of brilliance or good play. But when you look over the entire 8 matches, right, or when 10 rounds finish and you look over 900 minutes, if a man play good for 10 minutes, how are you going to say he's ready for international level? It's a problem. So, Coach, I want to clear that there is no xenophobia on this panel. We believe that out of many one people, all Jamaicans, as long as they have that passport, you're eligible to represent the country. And England, the British clubs need to respect their laws, respect the rules of FIFA, do not stand in the way of players traveling to represent their countries all around the world. And when they return, they are to quarantine 10 days and gonna deal with it like how you had to deal with things when COVID was rampant over there. And you said that games were not going to be postponed because of COVID. They must find the players in their academy, they must find the players in the reserve because they have big enough squads. God save the Queen and Queen Lego player them. This is
Gentlemen,
tantamount to modern day slavery. The youth them not on a plantation. But don't talk.
gentlemen.
Yes,
The
Devon.
other the other night I came in and I said something. And I heard people said that I should not have said that because they don't think that it's what's going on. The English FA is trying to put a damper on Jamaica program, football program, and what we are trying to do here.
But let me stop you again, Devon. Let me stop you again. I believe if it was only for Jamaica, then we could strengthen that argument in this scenario. It might be, but not because of the red list situation that is happening. I don't believe that. But outside of the situation, you could be onto something. But I don't think it tends right
All right.
in this sort of situation.
Okay. How comes the United States, Mexico have named their English-based players? There's no where in the world
But we have that right,
supposed to be
Devon, we have that right to, and the players have that.
Coach. We are not supposed to be naive here. You have to read between the lines and see what this is leading up to. Now, look at this. If all the English-based Jamaican players are released to come and play in the World Cup qualifiers, say for instance we go into Mexico, put on some licks on Mexico, go back home, beat Panama, go into Costa Rica, beat Costa Rica. What do you think will happen with the exodus of players in England of Jamaican heritage, and what consequences is it going to be to the English FA? Read between the lines. All those top players, eyes are going to open and they're going to say, okay, seems like Jamaica is the place to play, and they are not going to call us all different mannerism of names and whatever. They will accept us because we are the same people. If you notice how I choose my word carefully.
Good evening. Good evening.
So, don't turn a blind eye to certain things. Okay, I heard Reverend Al Sharpton says it is not today. They might not be literally doing it, putting their knees in our necks. Just read between the lines.
All right.
Coach.
Martins, man, before you come in, Cranky, we have Dwayne online. Let us hear what he's saying. Then we can have the floor. Dwayne, welcome.
Greetings one and all. So, reason I'm calling now for just respond to Sir Porter directly, right? Because what it is I'm understanding what you must say about the whole situation and how it affects Jamaica, and not just we alone really it affect, because look on a side like Egypt, where they inherit this too, right? What about with Salah and them people there, so for them games? So is it that England are pressure them too, or them really single way out of the lot? So, how you come about that thought there? That I'm just calling for really ask you directly.
In other words, is there a conspiracy?
Devon, you requested directly.
Listen. Regardless of how you take it, Salah not have to go play for Egypt. The Egyptian team has good local based team. They know that Jamaica is not equipped, and there are not many players in England who is going to leave England and go play for Egypt, because if you look at it, there's hardly any British-born Egyptian player playing for the Egyptian national team. Maybe none. But there are umpteens of English-born players of Jamaican heritage because of the exodus that took place in the Windrush situation. These players are now coming back. When you look at it, 80% of the black players per se in England is of Jamaican heritage.
Mr. Porter.
So
I think
they have more to lose to Jamaica than anything else.
Mr. Porter, I think you're answering the question, but you're taking a different approach. The approach that you're taking sounds to me, I'm just want to clarify, sounds to me that you're taking an approach of saying that it's somewhat of a conspiracy geared towards Jamaica. Well, I think it's more than that. I think it's twofold. From my understanding of everything, I think it's set up in a way where the clubs themselves, who has these players who can be possibly called up by Caribbean teams, other countries or wherever, not necessarily just Jamaica. These clubs don't want them to go because of selfish reasons. The West Ham don't want Mikel Antonio to go because they might lose him for 10 years after him come back. Remember, the international break is a break regardless. Those 2 weeks, them players will be gone. Whether if they don't get called up with their national team, then they'll be there training, right? For teams like Chelsea, Manchester United, all those teams have players, they know that those players will be gone for that period of time. But under normal circumstances, those players will be back by the end of the 2 weeks ready to go. In this instance, if they leave and go to a red country, the British laws now dictate that they have to quarantine for 10 days. And if they're fully vaccinated, I think that quarantine time is shortened if they have a negative test result. But the twofold that I was talking about is there's one approach from the clubs and there's another approach from the FA. The FA who is trying their best to all those high-class, high-talented people who have the potential to have dual citizenship. They do everything they can to make sure that they can prevent them from playing for other countries. You hear Gareth Southgate today talking about Mason Greenwood. All of a sudden, Gareth Southgate worried about Mason Greenwood development. All of a sudden, Gareth Southgate clutching in pearls. Oh my God, we have to make sure we protect Mason Greenwood because he knows that Jamaica is knocking on the door. Gareth Southgate today talking crap about how we need to protect him and make sure him develop him. The same Gareth Southgate that called Mason Greenwood in the team, the very first call up, and then put him in a press conference to answer questions about Harry Maguire get locked up at Greece. The same Gareth Southgate will put Mason Greenwood in our room and first international call up with another little youth, and then act surprised when then try to get some catches. The same Gareth Southgate, they kick him out of the team the same day and don't call him back up again until him force him way back into the team. But the same youth to break the rules with, call him up back the next game. But this same Gareth, but we supposed to believe that this same Gareth Southgate want to protect Mason. That's not the case. That's the reason why them call what do you name? You from I think Everton him play for. Like that's the reason why them call them on the initial team for go the Euros. They want them involved in the England setup so that they don't get to go play elsewhere because they have dual citizenship. They know what they're doing, and the approach that the clubs are taking right now are for selfish reasons. Like Manchester United have no choice but to send Cavani back to Uruguay because he tell them without a doubt, say, listen, I go in, I'm not coming back. And when I'm done, I come back, and if I have to quarantine. The players have to say because the club simply cannot tell them not to go. They can suggest they can go.
So,
Coach,
I think we are conflating a number of different things. And by the way, Coach, I'm going to get my thesaurus out because I hear a lot of words tonight: xenophobia, apoplectic, emanating, laborious. They're just rolling through the program, Coach. So I have to carry my thesaurus when I come on this program.
Yeah, man.
But I'll say this, which is.
He did say big man reasoning.
Your I just decided to bring the kryptonite for you because I realized you were getting out of your britches. So I will come for you. You know, I have the kryptonite for you. That's why I came on Cataract, just to calm you down. But anyway, Coach, I want to say this, which is I don't think the two things have anything to do with each other, right? The British government have this in place way before all this came to a head. The Premier League teams have always had contention with national teams about releasing players. It happened year after year after year. It's always a problem. FIFA has a rule that when you come to these type of international, you need to release the players. So I say to the Premier League, let my people go. Or I say to the players, just leave. All the Argentinian players, like you just read what Aston Villa coach said. He told Martinez he can't leave. Martinez said, I'll see you in a couple of weeks. You know, there are players who are Argentina players, but it's La Liga and the UK are the ones who are saying they're following the Premier League, so you can't go. And these Argentinian players are saying, we are patriotic, we're going to play for our country. We don't care what you tell us. Now, some players have stature and clout and able to do so. Other players may not feel they have the ability to go against what their club requires. Antonio does. There are some players who do. And they probably should exercise that right. Because at the end of the day, there's an agreement between FIFA and all these organizations, all these leagues. And they had a temporary restraint, which basically says, we're going to lift this requirement. But they've now said that it has expired. So why aren't you letting the players go play for their countries, wherever they're playing? And find to come to a compromise whereby they can come play. And if you're concerned about them coming back and being infected, you'll figure it out about what you need to do to satisfy the Premier League and at the same time satisfy the national programs. But what is being done now is not satisfactory. It shouldn't work. And it's difficult for we have beat the JFF on this program, but at least they're making contingency plan, which is important, just in case things don't work out. But guys, we can't come up with these conspiracy theory. I'm sorry, but this whole notion that we're doing this because they want to preclude players who may have dual nationality from playing. They have been struggling with this not only for Jamaica, they do it for Nigeria, they're doing it for Ghana. It's not a Jamaican situation. Yes, the UK is struggling with this and the environment they're operating in now.
Hold
on.
Cranky. Is it the whole world right now is red listed?
No, man, it's not the whole world.
No. In Europe, only Turkey and Georgia are red listed.
No.
There's no. I'm telling you facts. This is no. Only Turkey and Georgia in the UK and the Europe are red listed.
Is the United States red listed? Is the United States red listed?
No.
Most of the industrialized countries are not red listed. Let's put it that way.
They have
most of the first world countries,
planet.
Maybe all of them.
They have the most. Listen. They have the most COVID on planet.
Devon.
You live over there. You don't live over there. I can't say anything.
Devon, I'm not protecting anyone. I'm not on anybody's side. What I'm saying is that I don't know what the criteria they're using to make you relisted. It's probably the infection rate. It's probably when people get vaccinated. They may have a number of different criteria they're using. I haven't read up on the criteria they're using. What I'm saying is that Canada is not relisted. Devon, you live in Canada.
No,
the US is not relisted. Europe is relisted. Even the Slovenians and the other countries are relisted.
Hey, let me just interrupt. Because the conversation and really being relisted is a country determined that you can come to them country. And if England decide that they don't want red list US, it don't have nothing to do. We can't do anything about that. So this is a waste of time conversation. Down to some serious matters. Good evening, ladies and plenty men. Good evening, one and all. Everybody.
Good evening.
The man was coming to this conversation. We don't chat nonsense. You want to do one thing. We don't understand the logic.
Good evening.
What a presumption. What a presumptiveness.
Good evening.
What a presumptiveness.
Man is man.
No.
Man is man. Man is man.
Yeah.
Man is man. We are lobbying for our players to come and represent the nation.
Man. All right, so follow me now, Mr. Porter. Just listen
to win some games. So if you don't want that, you pick up a local base club and send them.
Mr. Porter,
Mexico.
you have a conversation tonight that you alone have. I don't know where you get your conversation from.
So man, let's not go there. Tell us tell us what you want to say.
All right, so here's my thing now. All the clubs, there were 60 players initially that they said would not be released. All the players are leaving with the exception of the Jamaican players, or the Jamaican players. And this is where now, for me, I'm going to question a couple of things. Are these players afraid of their clubs, or is it that they're not as committed to the program? Why I ask that? Cavani is leaving. Firmino got injured, but Gabriel Jesus is leaving. Fabinho is going to Brazil. Salah is leaving. So why is it that the players from Jamaica, what can West Ham do to Mikel Antonio if he decides, no, I am going to play? When he gets back there and he's ready, are they going to say, you're going to bench? Who going to score? Who is going to play on the left side of defense if they decide not to play East and Pinnock? These players have clout, and I think the players need to make a decision. I think this is one occasion where these players need to stand up because the clubs.
All right, now hold it because I like what you said. May I get the idea that you try to blame the players? So may I go say this?
Man is yes, but now
wait,
I am not
before anybody else say anything. Hold on, because the conversation should be going towards Concacaf and all of the regional bodies as to where's the preparation for all of this. Who didn't foresee this?
You're missing something, fourth official.
Fourth official. Just talk one at a time.
Man. Listen, hold on, man. Let me just finish. Fourth official. Let me just say this and then let you finish. It is not the clubs that have a requirement for the players when they return. Remember, the clubs said, we will release the players if they don't have to go through the quarantine period. That quarantine period is stipulated by the government. Concacaf cannot get the government to change. FIFA cannot get the government to change. So here's what happened. What FIFA can do is if the players leave, FIFA can protect them. Because the players belong to FIFA. The country belongs to the government. They can put in whatever regulation they want in the country. But FIFA can protect the players and say, listen, you cannot suspend Ethan Pinnock for that. You cannot cancel his contract for that. FIFA can stipulate that and protect the players.
Okay. All right. So hear me out. Before hear me out now. This is where we can understand why the direction where we're going. You're looking towards the players to make up their mind and travel regardless of what the clubs and so the people who employ them say. Why are we not looking towards Concacaf to say, we all saw this coming. We knew we've been in a pandemic for almost 2 years now. We saw this coming. Why is it that Concacaf, FIFA, all of the governing bodies could not come together and looking at the Caribbean region and say, wait, Canada is not red listed. Can we go to Justin Trudeau? Because he says from me telling the other day, can we go to Justin Trudeau and say, Trudeau, I went to 3 stadiums in Toronto, I went to 5 hotels, I make the teams and all of the players and staff come to Canada, stay within the period, 2-3 week period, play the games within 2 to 3 stadiums, different times. Everybody stay away from each other, practice social distancing. Canada is as I know is not a red zone or whatever they want to call them, right? The stipulation from the government and the football clubs is that as long as they don't have to quarantine. So if they go Canada, play in Canada, go back to England, guess what? They don't have to quarantine. Everybody playing a similar bubble situation like what the NBA did last year. It's not impossible.
Where's
the foresight? Where's the foresight?
Fourth official.
Can I respond that he's responding to me, Cranky? Fourth official. When did Mexico go on the red list?
What?
When did Mexico go on the red list?
I don't know. People at the different countries running their own red list. If you ask me, the USA on the red list because all of Texas and Florida did have coronavirus.
Let's have a conversation now. You don't know. Remember, Mexico.
No, but if you know, just tell the man, coach, we're talking over difficulty at the headphones. God believe me. It's difficult to listen to the conversation. Let each person speak and make their point.
I understand what you're saying. Cataract, but in my estimation, I don't think it is overbearing right now. If it reaches there, I'll step in. Go ahead, Manning's man.
Again, let me say this. The situation, this is not something that FIFA would have known. This is not something that FIFA would have known. Number one. So FIFA could not have stipulated this. The decision for not releasing the players because to red listed places is something that happened around 2 weeks to 3 weeks ago. FIFA stepped in. The president of FIFA, Infantino, made a statement. Concacaf stepped in. So the next issue is, seeing that none of those things have worked, the next bet is some of the players, and people talking about you're talking nonsense, some of the players who were on that list are still going. Emi Martinez, who is on this part of the 60, is still going to play. And whatever sanction Aston Villa wants to take, he is willing for them to take the action. I am saying there are players in the Jamaica team. There are only Antonio. My question is, if Antonio decides, listen, West Ham, I am going to play for Jamaica. This is my country. This is my first opportunity. And the big game is the Mexico game. I am going to play. When he goes back, you think David Moyes is going to say, listen, we're not playing it for the rest of the season? Because they can't trouble his contract. He decides that.
Sorry, but man, do you have a direct line to David Moyes? David Moyes can do that. We don't know. So we can't, I mean, I want to get other people, but we can't just make these grand pronouncements. I have no dialogue with David Moyes, and I have no idea what he can do if he would not sell Mikel Antonio tomorrow and buy another striker.
Okay.
Mannings, man. I still don't hear you understand.
Hold on. But Mannings, let me say this. I am firmly against anyone who questions the commitment of the players. When they signed up to play for Jamaica, none of this was on the cards. They did not know they would be put in this position. The players to whom you speak and refer are seasoned internationals who have gone through the club versus country debacle before. Cavani has been at the center of it. Some of the Argentinian players have been at the center of it. They don't want them to go and play the Olympics. They have done all manner of things. This would be new for players like Ethan Pinnock and Antonio. They would not know what hit them. They thought they were coming here to listen Vibes Cartel and some weed and burning and stuff. They did not know that they would become a part of a whole geopolitical thing. I believe that Devon has a point.
How you guys can interrupt persons and then you don't allow people to ask you? But you're just saying stuff about no. You're just no man. I'm going to respond this and come off because you said something I did not say. You said that when people come on the you said when people come on the panel in reference to what I said and question the commitment of the players. I said to you that Mikel Antonio have enough clout.
But why?
I think hold on, Mannings, man. I think why Cataract said that though, you know, it is as a result of the point that you made about other countries, the players are going, and only the Jamaican players are not going. So that leads persons to theorize that you are leaning towards the footballers not being committed. Why aren't they coming if other countries are coming? So I think
so management, where do you get the information from that every one of the 60 players, apart from Jamaica affiliated players, are all going? Where did you get that from?
Salah is going to Egypt.
No, but you didn't answer the question. Answer the question. Where did you get that from?
We will see, man.
But you're not. But management, that's not that. You can't make any. Man, listen. You listen.
Yeah.
You can't make an emphatic statement about something, obviously it's factual. And then when you ask to clarify and expand upon it and explain where you get your information from, you're saying we will see.
So you said Cavani. All right, you said Cavani going to. Where did you get your information from?
Because I was on a UK podcast today. I read all the UK newspapers, the Guardian, the Telegraph, the Daily Mail. I read them all every day.
Where did you get that Emmy Martinez is going? Because you said hold on. I asked you a question you can't answer. Then you asked me where I get my information from. You didn't tell me where you got yours from, you know. What? I got it
you
from
asked
you.
Where I got mine from.
I got it from you. I just repeated what
you
said.
Management. No, but I didn't tell you. I didn't say all 60 are going. That's what I said.
I repeated what you
said. I
said
Emmy Martinez, Messi going to fly his private jet. The Brazilian players have been calling their agents saying we want to go because Brazil has an alternate squad they have selected, and they're saying no, we want to be part of the national team program. We want to be considered for selection, right? I had never heard about Salah saying he's going. It came out for Salah, and now they haven't heard Salah in the Mail said anything. Because I go through all these newspapers because I'm a sports fanatic, not only reading about this, about cricket, about everything. Athletics, the same thing. I didn't read anything at all about every player saying it because Turkey is also on the list. Now, Turkey's not playing any of the teams that people play in. They're playing Gibraltar and another team, but they play Netherlands.
That is true because Qatar, he came on. Let me tell you what he said. I quoted him. You know,
I didn't say all 60 bodies, man. You can't.
Here's what Frankie said. Frankie, I find it strange, right? That I quoted you and I use the same players.
No, you paraphrase me. You don't quote me.
No,
you don't quote me. I said right. You don't quote me. You paraphrase me.
No. So what is no? No. You can say it. You can say it, but I'm not supposed to because you are the one with the source.
But Manningsman, I'm not told to disagree with you now. It's not about loyalty, right? I do agree with you that players like Antonio have enough status in their club to challenge West Ham to say, look, I understand and can understand what you're trying to do, but I've committed to play for my country and I want to go and play. And I don't want to go against Moyes, but you guys got to agree under the table with me to go and play because I'm going to come out in public and say I'm going to go and play. Right? I know you've agreed with the rest of the EFL and say, the Premier League and say, yes, players can play, but I'm going. People like Cavani, you can't tell Cavani, but he already made his money. Cavani already made his money. He don't need the money. Man, you just trying to finish off his career. He can afford to say, you know what? You can't tell me what to do. It's not
Yeah,
happening.
but Cranky, Cavani is a bad example too, because Cavani signed a 1-year extension last year with a bunch of caveats to Manchester United. One, he would return late from preseason because he wants to spend time with his family. And anytime he get to go, or Uruguay if he call up, he's going. That's not a question. So Cavani is a bad example. I'm just
No.
worried
It's not about
focusing.
It's not about Cavani. What I'm basically saying is some players like a Messi, a Cavani, they have clout.
Right?
I'm worried.
Who's just
you know what
coming
I'm
back
worried
from
about,
injury?
man? I'm worried that we're focusing on the wrong thing because we're not talking about solutions. We're just talking about if these players are not going to come, what is Concacaf, FIFA, and the rest of them going to do? Because
They
this
can't do
home and away
anything.
thing is this home and of course they can do something. The home and away thing is causing a problem. You still not answer my question, you know. Is it impossible for you to pick one bubble and nobody not address it, you know?
For the official, here's the problem. For the official, here's the problem with the idea. It's not a bad idea, but here's the problem with it. So if I do the bubble now, is the bubble for the entire 14 games or for some games?
It's for the 2-week period, the entire 14 games.
So if it's for, no. When I talk about 14 games that each team play, is it one location for the rest for all World Cup qualifiers? One country you're playing in or two countries?
Right. So we have each World Cup qualifier comes in a spurts, right? We have 2-week period here, and then the next international break. Right now in this first 2-week period, we have what? 3, 4, 5, 6 games.
Yeah.
Play each game in a 2 different stadium. 3 games. Yeah. So each game's in a 2 different stadiums, right?
So what do you do about home field? Wait. What do you do about home? Here's the problem with that. So what do you do about home field? Because you're gonna advantage some teams like the US and Canada, and disadvantage other teams who can't play at home.
That's what I'm saying.
Based on the format you're saying.
I'm saying there has to be sacrifices, fam. There is no home or away. It's just a neutral stadium, no fans. Get the games played because it's not going to be fans in certain stadiums anyway. But the games need to be played, just like in the NBA. In the NBA bubble, there were no home, there were no away. It's just a neutral stadium. Everyone goes in, play the games as best as they can, and then you go back where you come from. They don't need to be home and away in FIFA.
Yeah, but here's the difference. Here's the difference. The NBA is all US, right?
Yeah.
NBA is all US. When you go to Azteca, give them the situation there in terms of you go above sea level. Mexico has a built-in advantage. They're gonna want that advantage.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So you gotta think about who's gonna be.
Then don't get the players. If you think about the cracky, we are in.
No, I'm not saying it's a bad solution. It's not a bad solution. It's not a bad solution. But there's plus or minus. Right? You gotta weigh the disadvantage.
Why would any team do fourth official? Because at the end of the day, remember, part of the World Cup qualifiers is homegrown advantage. Why would Jamaica choose to play their games in Canada, their home games in a stadium in Canada, right, without their spectators, when they're going to have to play Canada there 2 times? You want me to tell you the answer?
Because guess what, man. When them play, we had 25,000 Jamaicans going in that stadium, including me.
No, that's not the answer, Devon. The answer is that there's no fans in the stadiums anyway for some venues.
No fans in the stadium. Yeah. That's number 1. Number 2, the reason why Jamaica would go to Canada and play both games in Canada and every single qualifier, because if they don't, they won't make it to the World Cup. It's that simple. Because if you
gentlemen,
don't have the players that you need, you won't make it to the World Cup. So you make a choice.
You know what somebody said earlier on the stream, and I think this probably it could be something that could sort out this issue. You know. The person said what could have been done is that the first 2 games are played and the players return, the English-based players return, so that they can get the quarantine time lengthened, so they can go back in training. What are your thoughts on that?
They still miss a week, right? Wouldn't they still miss a week? I think they still miss a week, I think.
They miss a week, but more than that, coach. The 3rd game is in Costa Rica, and it's about you could release them after they could play in Mexico and play in Jamaica, and then you fly them back and don't play them in the Costa Rica game, they would miss about 5 days because there's a 5-day period, so so it would be 5 out of the 10 days that they would miss. But all of this, I mean, that's a good idea that somebody gave. They can play in the registered game, but I think that the JFF is trying not to provoke the the English clubs. But I just want to put a spin on this.
Hold the point there, Qatar. I have a caller online. I came on and online. Welcome to the show, sir. Caller?
Yes, sir. Yeah, Mr. Rowe. Based on your point, it's only going to benefit Jamaica based on the amount of players. Because how many players from Mexico play in the EPL? How many players from Canada? So that's not going to benefit the rest of the team that's playing in the qualifier. It's only going to benefit Jamaica because Jamaica have more players that play in England. That's just all I have to say.
All right, respect. Thanks for the call.
So you understand what he's saying, Coach? He's saying that why should FIFA and Concacaf change the rule to benefit?
Yeah, man.
I understand exactly what he's saying.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Right.
but
Yeah, and management.
May I?
Go ahead, Devon. We're not hearing the Devon.
Yeah, when you look at it, you know, you hear me? I hear people saying that why doesn't Concacaf step in and do something about it? Who heads Concacaf? Who are the heads of Concacaf? Do they want to see a Jamaican team of this magnitude? No, they don't. So they're not gonna come in and help us because we have a team that can beat anybody. And if we start beating people and this team start gelling, it's trouble in CONCACAF, and they don't want that. You understand? They want the Mexico, the US, the Canada to be there, at Costa Rica to be there at all time because they consider them as powerhouse and money makers.
Yeah, man. Michael,
Back to conspiracy.
Yeah, kind of.
Are the powerhouse business. Very interesting. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, greetings all. The thing is, I liked what Fourth Official was saying, what Rome was saying about having a sort of bubble. One of the problems with that, however, is if you look at CONCACAF, one of the reasons why the Gold Cup is almost entirely held in the US is because to host that type of situation requires fields that don't exist anywhere else in CONCACAF except Mexico. And Mexico comes with those hidden advantages of altitude. A lot of their top fields are at altitude. Canada has 5 total international quality fields, right? 5. So we ain't hosting anything like that. Right? We're part of the 2026 bid, and we're going to put a lot of money into building infrastructure to be ready for it. So we can't be part of it. So it's all going to be in the US. And at the time that all of this was the planning for the upcoming qualifiers was going on, the US was in the throes of COVID. So nobody was planning to do anything in the US. So at last moment, it's not going to happen that they can put this together. It's really very, very difficult to do. So I like the idea, but it's really just a matter of timing not being there to do this, timing and resources. So that's that issue. With regard to, something, Qatar?
No, I'll wait until you finish. The coach had cut me off, but I'll wait until you finish.
No, I will leave that out then.
No,
Michael, please finish, Michael. Please finish.
No, I said I'd allow Michael to finish. Even though, so allow Michael.
Michael, go ahead. Finish up on them, Qatar.
No. It's just because it's going across several different things. I prefer to just end on that point. Let Qatar deal with his point and maybe later come back. All right?
Qatar, you can address something for us, please.
Hold on, I just want to make him a point.
Qatar, hold on. Remember me cut off Qatar, you know. So me did I give him back him, but look like him did busy before when me did come on. But let me read this comment, Qatar, and then we go straight back to you. Nobody come in Qatar time. All right. Chris King is saying with the 2-squad scenario, would play all 7 of our games at home, full strength. there are 3 matches in the red zone, leaving 4 more away games that we can be full strength. Don't think it all bad. All right? Cataract, your time.
So, let me address that. You don't know, and no one knows, when and if and when England will put Jamaica on a red zone.
Or
Today our positivity rate is at 50%, 50.8%. So we don't know when that's coming. So the solution has to be found in dealing with this matter. And the solution rests with the clubs using their vast resources, meaning their assets and players, to come in. Just imagine that Mikel Antonio was injured for 2 weeks. God be with you. But coach, I wanted to stray from Devon's point that he's making. Devon is correct that there is massive concern in England that there could be a reverse brain drain. And so I don't want us to dismiss him. But I don't think that this issue is really about the Jamaican issue. It's my belief that this is about the African Cup of Nations, which has been at the irksome of British clubs, losing their African players for 1 month in January. And they are trying to test the waters by putting their foot down because no one is asking the British government. I laughed because management came on the program last Sunday and told us, don't worry, he had information, this is all going to be worked out. And I laughed because no one can move the Tory party, right? What FIFA, if they were serious and not just throw all of you, would have been to write to the clubs, because it's the clubs over whom you have sway. You have no sway over England and the Ministry of Health and its public health policy. And so the response from Boris Johnson and his government was predictable, right? So if FIFA was serious, and I don't know how everybody and management swallowed this huge pill, it is FIFA, it's the clubs and the FA that you have any sway over. Say to the 20 clubs, look here, cut your crap, release the players, have them do their quarantine, use other players, and if you try to stop the players, or if you keep this up, we're going to deduct points from England in the upcoming World Cup qualifiers. Up to 6 points or something like that. Everybody would fall in line. So what FIFA and Infantino do? Don't trick me. Because they have no sway over any government to make a government change a piece of public policy. But finally, coach, I just want to say, Devon, again, you are onto something, but it's not quite this matter yet. This is really about a bigger picture of the clubs believing that they have found a loophole to fight the club v country war. FIFA has bent over backwards to give them everything they want, right? They cut out international friendlies. They put specific days in the year. They've done many things for the clubs, and it's just not enough. Finally, fourth official, Canada was not even allowing Canadian citizens to fly out for about almost a year, right? And when you fly into Canada, I think there still, Michael can answer when they come back in, a hotel quarantine that you have to pay. So I don't know if that would alleviate the situation in terms of having them play at one country that is not on the red list. I don't think that would ameliorate the problem. Certainly not Canada, because Canada has a quarantine stipulation there.
If you're fully vaccinated.
Hold on. Man, are you next, but me just try.
Yeah, man.
I said the same thing that Cataract said, Devon. That you might be on to something, but I don't think that it has to do with what is happening now. But you said that I was being naive in the whole, or we should not be naive. I don't know if it was directed at me. We should not be naive in the whole situation. But
No. That's just a general statement I was making. I said we should not be.
Okay. But as I said before, I said the same thing that Cataract said. Probably in a different way. But man, your turn.
Yeah, so let me address Cataract, because I realize that sometimes people can say things and nobody question his source of information. So let me say this. Cataract, whenever you take people, I always tell people this. So let's get to a different level. Because we won't reason the thing because it's going down a line that I don't like. When you take people's text out of context, you turn it into a con. All right? The night we were speaking about different solutions. All right? And I said to you, I said on this platform that Concacaf, the JFF, they were going to make contact with Concacaf and with FIFA to try and bring change. I didn't say anything wrong. You're talking like I said something that did not happen. They did speak to Let me finish. Why? You talk.
You said it was said breaking news. There's a solution, and you had a source, and the source told you
exactly.
Hold on now.
Yeah.
And when I pointed out to you, you said that nobody can tell you nothing about the British government, right? You said you got upset, as you sometimes do.
No, man. Hold on. All right, so stop now. So
come off the program.
So come on.
And we left you, and we said, okay, we will see how this thing plays out.
My source, exactly. So it never. So my source said there's a solution. We're going to speak to Concacaf. Hold on. We're going to speak to and get FIFA involved. A day after that, there was an official release from FIFA, and nothing changed. So let's get to the solution, because what we're trying to find is solution, because there are several solutions, and one is in place, which is use the players that are available, and you use different players for different games, and some of us are aware of that. That's one solution. I also, just like our fourth official, propose a solution for the bubble, and that probably can work in the ideal circumstances. One of my proposals is maybe players with clout in their teams can make a decision to say, listen, I am going to represent my country, knowing that when they go back, in as much as the club would want to sanction them, the club would suffer as well, because they are instrumental to the club. I believe right now, Mikel Antonio is pivotal to West Ham, and they cannot do without him. Therefore, they will do everything, whatever rule they need to break, or whatever thing they need to adjust when he returns, they will do it so he can play. All I'm saying is that he has that. I believe Ethan Pinnock also can say, listen, I really want to go and play. Can we compromise? I will not. Mexico is the worst, as an example. Can I do the Jamaica game and the Costa Rica game? Or can I do the first two games? What? Maybe the players. That's just a next solution. So what we're
so management. Since you have a lot of associations, and you have insight, and you have relationship with individuals who are in places, key places, have they spoke to the players as yet? Have they reached out to the players individually, spoke to them, asked them what their thought process is? Have they engaged with the club? What are they doing? Have that taken place?
You know what is funny? I'm going to answer you, Cranky, respectfully, because other persons on this panel also speak to some of the people that I speak to, and they have information. All right? So let me answer you now, Cranky. The players, and Cataract knows this, because part of the issue is that the JFF don't want to upset the clubs. And and the sentiment is that some of the players don't want to, especially the championship, not at the Premier, because I think Antonio. So the other thing is, and this is what I want to find out from Cataract, because I don't think this has been discussed. How many players are vaccinated? Because vaccinated players are treated differently.
My understanding is that a lot of players are not vaccinated and don't want to get vaccinated.
Right, I'm just asking. I don't know.
Just like in the NFL here, a lot of leagues, a lot of players are coming out. They don't want to get vaccinated
because I find it hard to believe. So let me.
They don't trust the man. They don't trust the man.
So you're
over that man is they don't trust the man.
So now the 14 players.
Don't know.
I'm asking. I'm wondering, because I'm saying if.
We don't know.
That's what I'm wondering, because I know that there are players who from who are going to be available to go from outer England.
Yeah,
Their
but guys,
players
we'll understand
are
this too. One of the concern that players may have, like we've seen in the past, I go against my club and I get injured. And then what happens?
Maybe that is the player's concern.
I come and I
That's a
get
very
injured.
good point.
JFF can't pay me. JFF can't even supplement my income. What do I do?
No,
And I don't have the status to say, you know what, I've made my money already. What happens?
That's a good point.
There's insurance.
Well, actually, that is a big part of the issue right now, because of the status of the vaccines. Because remember, it's only just this week that the FDA officially recognized the Pfizer thing, and it's only the new dose, the third dose, that they've recognized. So there's still concern in legal quarters about whether people who get, reinfected after are in fact covered by insurance. So it's a whole big can of worms is going on where that is concerned, and the clubs are bringing that up as part of their thing. So it's not simply, we're going to lose this player for 2 weeks. They are looking at some serious liability issues here from an insurance standpoint. And from what do you call it? They have financial or contractual obligations to their various vendors and suppliers that then will be impacted should suddenly you don't have 14 players available out of your squad for a game. You can't play the game. All these people still have to be paid, and you have no. So there are real financial implications here that most of us are just not considering. The clubs are, yes. To a certain degree, there's a bit of self concern in it, but they are facing real financial issues. Don't take this for a joke.
No, we're not taking it for a joke, but I just want to say something. When COVID hit last year, and I keep bringing the benchmark, and Richard will tell you, because it was a major decision. At first, they postponed some matches, and then there was a complaint about fixture congestion. Those of us who remember. And then it came to a head with Aston Villa versus Liverpool. And Aston Villa had to use their economy because the entire first team was either infected or isolated by being close contact. Mm-hmm. And they said, too bad. Even the financial ramifications of going on to the next round of a thing there. I think it was the quarterfinals, going into the quarterfinals. It is the equivalent to the transfer fee of one player. For some clubs, for some smaller clubs, equivalent to their entire annual budget, right? So their precedent has been set. I am saying, yes, we understand, and Michael, you're correct in saying that this is a complex matter, but it requires some solutions. So tonight, I am piggybacking and saying to the JFF, have the players play in the Mexico game. Because if they go back right after the Panama game, they will only have to miss one game. Because for the first 5 days that they go back, that is still an international break. If you understand what I'm saying. There will be no matches anyway up until the 10th. And then now, they will miss 5 days. 5 days can't kill nobody. But
Cataract, let me ask, didn't the statement from the club say that they will not release the players to play in a red listed? So can they actually go to, that's what I'm saying, will they be breaking everything if they go to, will the player break any rule if they go to Mexico, seeing that the release said that they will not be released to go to a red listed country? Just asking.
I am saying, my understanding is that has been deemed to be illegal because no club can withhold a player from traveling to play. Otherwise, for the next number of games, they will have to sit out of your squad. So if you say
what Frankie said,
but Cataract, we're conflating these things, Cataract. The club just voted not to release players. They don't give a damn about FIFA. That's very obvious. They all voted to not to release players in a World Cup qualifying period. That means they're saying, FIFA, go about your business.
Yeah, but then FIFA has the other thing, which is to say that if you don't release the players for the 3 games, they can't play for the next 3 games for
But
you.
FIFA is not saying that.
No, but
FIFA
that's
has
the
been
rule.
very coy. FIFA has been very coy about how they approach this.
And
They're not saying that.
Stan, I agree with you fully. If you notice what I said, which is why on Sunday last I was making light of what Manningsman was saying, because FIFA ought to have spoken, that letter ought to have been to the English and Spanish clubs, and the English FA and the Spanish Football Association, not to Boris Johnson. Because there's no way a country with 10, 15, 20 million people is changing its policy in order to appease four.
It's 68 million. It's 68 million. 68.5. The number is.
And there's
people.
There's 4 Jamaicans who want to travel. And Scotland must do how much? 20 million in Scotland, how much ever? And they just for one player, Kemaru. They're not going to do that. That was asinine. If that's what Infantino thought he was going to do. It's a 6 for a 9. It's a face card.
Interesting though, Cataract, but isn't that what I was saying? So if Mikel Antonio decides and Roof decides that, okay, we're coming to Jamaica to go and play.
Can you stop calling people them name Mannings, man? I gotta turn off my camera every time you do that. All of them watch the show up on the rewatch, they send it a screenshot and then banter and then thing there. And yet upon Coaches Desk program, the #1 watch Coaches YouTube live show on the weekend. What you're saying is not a good look.
Real, if I say that, if they chose to, that's bad. If they come to play for, what am I saying wrong? Sorry, all right, not a problem. Not a problem. What did I say wrong?
He's saying don't call specific names. That's what I think he's saying.
Just say the players. If a player.
Hold on. So we can't call any player name. Sorry, Coach Minzy. My apologies, sir. I didn't know that we're not supposed to call the player's name. No. I'm very sorry because I was.
Listen.
I'm very sorry. No, man. Everything is good because I was commending the. I'm going to talk to commend the players, and I'm not supposed to call the names. I don't understand. I wasn't being critical.
Let us hear what you're saying, Mannings, man.
All I'm saying, Cataract. So let me ask you what I was asking you, based on what you just said, because that's what I was saying earlier. If Mikel Antonio and Kemaru decides that okay, we are going to come and play in Mexico. Can the clubs take any action against them?
The only legal action that the club can take is to transfer them.
That's all I wanted.
That's the only legal action the club can take is to transfer them.
That's all I wanted to find out. Right. So if that is offending the players or something, I'm very sorry. Players, if that's a problem, I'm very sorry. That was not my intention. I just needed to find out something.
Right. So but I think we have flogged that horse to death.
Yeah.
And I think, Coach, what we'll be looking at is, I think the one thing that came up from this, and Mannings, all of us who have the links in the various places, to say to JFF, maybe they haven't thought about it, that the Canadian game is the easier game, It's the Mexican game that we need, the terrorists and the pitbull them, So maybe call the players for that game and then make them go quarantine back at England from the 3rd of September. Until the 13th, and miss one game for the club.
My view, Cataract, is FIFA already set its rules. Players should be released for international games. Release the players. As Moses said, let my people go. Release the players. You have your agreement as a football constituent in terms of how you operate. You have rules within those confines. Let the players go. That's what they need to do.
Yes, Conky, but the problem is that they're playing chicken with each other. And unfortunately, the only people who are going to lose when the premier clubs go against FIFA are the players.
Yeah, but FIFA has rules, right? So if you don't let the player, here's the thing, Michael. So they have the rules about you not being able to, the players can't play for you if you don't let them go, right? For a number of games. So exercise that option. Tell the players, if you don't let the players go, they can't play for you for 3 or 4 games. What are the number of games you have? Which is just the same as they quarantine for 2 and are missing 2 games. So they have a choice. You can miss 3 games or you miss 2 games. Exercise your authority and stop pacifying individuals because they have resources and you're afraid of them.
And that's why the idea of them playing the first 2 games is a brilliant one, and then they can go back early, so that they
I don't think countries should give any allowance to this. We have a rule. We have a rule. It's in the FIFA rules. Let them go for the number of games they're supposed to play in that qualifying period. Period. No about compromising. You go back for a game and no. That's not a compromise supposed to be, because you know what? When they don't have to let the players go, they don't let them go. When you have international friendlies, they're not letting the players go.
For argument's sake, though, Cranky, what if a team like Antarctica send out the team from the UK and they go on a 3-match game? What me say a while ago? They go on to play 3 games, right? And probably 2 or 3 players catch the virus. How do you think that the clubs would look into a situation like that?
2 players from my team catch a virus more recently. You can catch a virus anywhere you are. Okay, right, coach?
It's a pandemic.
Aubameyang and Lacazette caught the virus.
It's a pandemic.
White now has the virus. You can catch a virus from any place. Even people who are vaccinated can catch a virus.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that the result is not as severe. So, and the players, when they go play in these, a lot of players have got, look at the South American tournament we just had recently. How many players had the virus when they played in Brazil, which is as infected as any country on earth? It wasn't a ton of players who went back to the UK or went back to Europe who were infected, because they played within the confines of where they were in South America. And they try to create some kind of bubble in that environment. So when you go to Mexico, you take precautions that are necessary to preclude you from catching the virus. You may catch it, but you may not. It's a hit and miss game.
Wasn't a team in the Gold Cup 5 players catch virus?
Venezuela had almost the entire team caught at one point. Venezuela had a bunch of
13
players,
people.
Yeah, they still had to play, but Venezuela had a bunch of people.
They still had to play. Was it Grenada, one of them?
No, I think it was before the competition. I think
it was
Aruba.
No, hold on. Curacao has to withdraw during the Gold Cup.
It was during or before?
Before it started.
Listen. If my memory serves me right, and I might be 95% sure, one of these teams, either the Haitian team, they have only 2 or 3 substitutes on the bench because other players caught the virus and have to quarantine.
It was Haiti.
Haiti. So you see,
it wasn't in the final stages though. It was in the qualifying stages, like that pre-tournament that they played in before they get into the tournament proper.
But why does that matter? It's still
part of the tournament.
Yeah.
So
and didn't they say Bobby Reid get it too?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, gentlemen, you can get the virus anywhere.
If right, we can't catch it everywhere, and a tournament as that in that magnitude, so many countries from the prelims coming up to the finals, and what would be the positivity rate? I don't think many of us probably look into that, or if there were statistical evidence to prove that we have a high rate in a tournament. So I mean, World Cup qualifiers game should not be any different in terms of persons who catch virus. As Cranky said, you can be at your club and still catch a virus.
Yeah,
so it's not like something that is going.
And Menzies, you know what? They go through rigorous testing.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? So if I think every day they probably have to do a test.
If they have to miss 2 weeks, they miss 2 weeks. My team miss a whole team, and we're still in the Premier League. So if we have to miss 2 weeks, we miss 2 weeks. If any players have missed 2 weeks, whether you're Salah or whether you're whoever you are, whether you're Luis, you're Salah, you're Martinez, you come back, you miss it 2 weeks, you can start playing again. The concern the coaches are saying that 2 weeks, maybe a month, because if you have a lock up in your room for 2 weeks, you know, take 2 more weeks to get fit, so they're gonna lose the players for a month versus 2 weeks that people are saying.
Is the consensus?
Hey,
is the consensus right, Mr. Porter? Is the consensus that if the players, the 13 or so players out of I think it's around 10. If 10 players out of England don't come, because I know that at least 3 of them will be in the squad for the game, like the Mexico game, definitely, right? If they don't come, you don't believe that we can, with the Alvas Powell and the Andre Blake and all of these guys, that we can go to Mexico? Are we saying that there's no way?
Listen, Management. I'm not saying. Listen, I am not saying that we can't go in there with a team and get a result, but we want to make sure we have the best team in there. Okay, we are not. We need to have the best team at
so let me just. Can I just finish? Let me just finish, because what I want to say is that, are we being fair to, I'm not called, because I don't, these players know who are listening, because it's not just players in certain, like all the players listen to the program. How do those players feel when we on this platform say that if the players from England don't come, we stand no chance? How do they feel?
Nobody
said that.
I never said that.
Can I speak myself?
Can I speak myself? You are down on me now, so let me ask a question. You see,
long time you want to say that, Manning.
This was the first. This is the reason why I tried to jump in first, because and says that, I mean, we can go in there with any team and get a result.
So allow me to finish my question.
For you not to go there, because nobody said that.
So let me ask a question again.
Make him ask so we can answer.
That is why you're not supposed to interrupt when I'm going to ask a question.
Go on, man.
So let me ask a question. Is the consensus that without the 13 players out of England, we cannot go to the Azteca and get a point? Is that the consensus?
No.
Is that a question mark?
No, man. No.
Let me ask that emphatically. We don't get a result, all right?
Coach, we go
won't like the result. You won't like the result. You get a result, all right? You won't like the result.
Coach,
I remain optimistic.
The answer is that any team from Jamaica can go to Mexico and try to get a positive result. Your question was if we can get a result. And we could get a whopping. That's a result. However, coach, the best chance of getting the most positive result is to have the Jamaican players who are now residing and playing in England. That's the best chance that we have. And lastly, coach, Mannings, I am disappointed that you should take this opportunity to then seek to drive a wedge and try to come and hold on, come and listen to my mic was muted and coach and try to come with this thing about put in a 23-man squad and walk into the local man them away and violate them.
I did not say local.
My mic was
Mannings, everybody answer the question we asked. Everybody answer the question we asked.
My mic was muted when you were speaking, so I was unable to interrupt, even though I wanted to. That we found it difficult as a panel to put together a 23-man squad, much less a 30-man squad of players who are not in the United Kingdom, not in Europe. So your question speaks to not really about thing, it's about British players. Because when you spoke to Jamaican-born players, how they must feel, you are referring to the Shamars and the Kaim Paris and the Martin Davises as well. So this comes back to through the back door, and no man figure through the back door, come through a front door, and say clearly if you are against the practice of having English-born Jamaican citizens represent the national team. Because it hurts the feelings of Jamaican-born players.
No man can't come in. No man is man.
So can I chime in also?
No.
Hey.
Don't tell any lie on me. No, respectfully, don't lie on me. Don't tell a lie on me.
I asked a question and I'm saying.
Hold on, Qatar. Me mute you. I'm mute you, man. I'm mute you. We are going in the order. Man is the ask the question. Yeah, I get the time for rebut. So jot down your points so you want to make.
Yeah,
Devon,
no
answer
man
the
fear come
question.
so quick.
Cataract. Mute the man. Devon, answer the question. We are going in order, sir.
Why you want to put me into that position?
You don't want to answer. You can give up your something.
I play the fifth.
All right, no problem. Tiddlywinks, you want to answer the question?
Well, this is a very interesting discussion. Point number 7 on my list here, pertaining to what Man is Man. Yes, pertaining to what Man is Man was saying on the show last night. I've got here CD returns because your mic, your camera was off, but you returned with this question that Man is Man is alluding to. Can we name a 23-man local squad? Fourth official had a warning prophecy that the JFF may secretly favor this scenario. My point that I want to put in, and I'm listening very carefully to the narrative or narratives that's taking place, is cui bono? Cui bono? Who benefits from this particular situation? I'm going to give you a couple of observations. One, the UK-based Jamaican players have been fairly quiet from what I've been listening to and listening out for in terms of them potentially representing Jamaica. The British media have been silent. I've been in contact with at least one person regarding this matter, but the British media, I watched Match of the Day a few hours ago, not a peep about the merits and the courting and the status of certain players as being number one selection targets for Jamaica. They've been very quiet. So again, cui bono? Who benefits? Why is there such silence? Could it be a conspiracy? Could it be something on behalf of the clubs that they don't want these players like Mason Greenwood, like Michael Antonio, for example, because they're in fine form? Maybe they don't want them to be selected for Jamaica. Very silent. And here's a final couple of points. Jamaica, I said it before. Jamaica, the Jamaican diaspora is so wide and vast, and we've already acknowledged that there's a lot of Jamaican linked players in the UK. It's led to this selection problem. It's a distinct selection problem that is quite unique to Jamaica, almost, because there's so many UK-based players that the JFF and fans are reaching out to. So right about now, as I'm listening carefully, the look, the process, and the under and overlying relationships between Jamaica and kin looks awkward at one end, but potentially, get this, potentially hugely empowering at the other. Because if certain players stand up good and true and decide that we're going to stand full square behind the Jamaican national program led by Tapper Whitmore, we could have a sense of ease, or a greater sense of ease, that despite all the rough terrain and rough waters we're going through, we can come through this successfully. And the last thing I'm going to mention right here at this point is, what will Theodore Whitmore do this team and this squad? I don't think all hope is lost, but I'm really wondering again, cui bono? Who benefits? Speak, I'm listening.
Cranky, your time.
So I think Cataract sort of said it right in the point, which is about probabilities and give yourself a likelihood of a positive outcome. And frankly, Mexico really lose at the Azteca. They really lose in that stadium. Really, even playing a lot of quality teams, they really lose there. We saw how we played in the Concacaf competition more recently, even with British-born players in our team, and we still struggled against the Guadeloupes of the world and the Surinams of the world. And we want to go there not with the best players like the Roof Antonio, but a bunch of locally developed players who we know are not at the requisite quality we need to compete with Mexico in that stadium. Let's be real. If they're watching or not, I'm not going to be using euphemism. I don't think the local developed players are where they need to be to compete with Mexico in their status. It's a fact. This is not something we conjure up out of thin air. We've seen them play. We respect their capabilities. But as it stands today, we will not go there and get a positive result. It's probably a 1% likelihood that we come up with a draw, and 99% that we'll lose if we go there without our best team. And our best team includes British-based players.
Michael, thank you, Cranky.
Yeah, have to agree. Unlike many, I'm not even convinced that with the full influx of the players from the top leagues, that we will be the dominant team, because this squad has never practiced together, let alone played together. So we have no idea how they will actually play. All we know is that they'll have the requisite qualities to take instruction and hopefully carry it out on the field. So if you're going to take what we know we have, which we have seen before, and which I think, I don't want to bash anybody or bash a team, but this squad we have currently without those players is not good enough. Simple. So no, we're going there without the UK-based or European-based players. We're going there to work our butts off to maybe get a draw. Maybe. Very low probability of getting the draw. So I don't see a positive result without them.
Chelsea CEO.
First of all, I want to say that I have no doubt when the players put on the national colors, they're going to play to the best of their ability and represent and try to come out with a positive result at the end of the day. But does that equate to a team performance that's gonna, at the end of the day, make us proud and come away with a victory based on the local based players and the local bred players, or let's just say omitting the UK based players? I don't think so. I think we needed them in the first place to come away with actually at least a draw in Mexico. So based on that fact, I don't think we can come away with a positive result in Mexico. Panama, Costa Rica, possibly so, without the UK based players.
Rome, not digital or flow.
First of all, let me just start out by saying the views that I'm about to express are mine and not necessarily of the coach's desk.
Thank God.
Warning.
Warning.
Thank the Lord.
Warning.
Thank the Lord for that.
Warning.
The first aspect I would like to touch on is the part that management said the players might be watching. The players, if you're watching right now, if any Jamaican born players out there are watching right now, and you think that you are good enough to take this Jamaican national team to the World Cup without any English born players, you're more deluded than the Arsenal fans. We don't have the quality at this point in time to make the World Cup. You know how I know? We haven't made the World Cup since 1998. It's as simple as that. That's the simplest fact you can never hear tonight. So if the Jamaican players who have achieved as much as they have so far, playing overseas, going to England, going into America and playing in America and building a field for themselves, we appreciate and we love that. But the fact is, the quality is just not there compared to the rest of the world. Matter of fact, compared to the rest of Concacaf. Not to mention the rest of the world for us to make it to the World Cup. So if you're watching this, as Manisman say, I am sorry, we love you, but you're not at the quality that we need at this point by yourself to make it to the World Cup. We need an influx of players of different, a higher quality to help us guide us to the World Cup. And it's as simple as that. So yes, if we go down on Mexico with a squad, not but Jamaican born players or Jamaican grown players, what happened to us now we feel like a fever dream. That's what gonna happen down there. It's as simple as that. Man is man, they're not gonna make it. We're not gonna make it to the World Cup. We carry a bunch of European players to the World Cup. I could have barely beat Costa Rica. We have an average age of 50. We lose to Costa Rica with an average age of 50. Yeah, we don't Mexico with in Azteca with the biggest and best team.
And I would say this to the British-born players, actually, if they're watching the program, which is this. Your aspirations is to play in the World Cup in Qatar next year. If you don't come to these 3 matches and we lose, and the situation will not change for the next period of internationals, then we might as well not going to qualify for the World Cup. And you're not going to get to do something that you aspire to do for your entire life. So my suggestion is you have to figure out the solution and come and play. That's what I suggest.
All right, Manning's man now with his rebuttal.
At first, I want to say, coach, I respect your panel. So I see, I don't know who the person is, but I see something in the private chat that the views expressed on your panel are those of I Am Sure Sports and stuff, and putting disclaimer. All right, so I'm just going to say and then leave, so because I don't want to get your channel in any problem, respectfully. You understand me? No, man. What? Let me finish.
Manning's man.
Let me finish. I'm a principle person. No, man, it's principle.
Remember, we can't stop you from talk and give back in amount of time when you want, man. We don't want to hear that, sir. We don't want to hear that.
Okay, it's principle.
So stay on for the next hour of the show.
Yeah.
And enjoy the show.
All right. So
everybody, hold on now. Everybody has different point of view, share different opinion. We have to just accept it and respect it. Simple as that. Understand? So we know why you go because of that, man.
So watch me now. So
yeah, man, go ahead.
So number 2. I ask one. The question I ask.
You see, man, I'm gonna beat us with that.
Fine. No, man. Fine, man. The question I ask. No, I wasn't referring to Cataract when I said number 2. I wasn't mentioning it. I wasn't speaking to Cataract when I said number 2. I just used the number.
Why start at number 2? You haven't even done number 1.
In a little business.
The man
number 2 to get a reaction.
Number 1.
I wanted to get
number 1 and him got number 2. Why?
Because I know you. Because I know
the number after 1.
I know that you'd respond, Cataract.
The number after 1.
Listen to me. Wanna make
number 2.
Man is man, your time.
Number 2. Number 2 at no point. All I ask is this. Is the consensus that we will not be able to get a result? And so I never at any point said the local players will carry Jamaica to the World Cup. At no point did I say Cataract went on and he suggested that based on what I was saying, he insinuated from it that this is what I must have meant. So let me just explain. So let me
one more point before me forget, man. More you answer a question after a rebut. Yeah?
Yes, thank you, coach. Thank you, coach. I was going to ask the same thing.
I'm going to answer the question. So let me say this.
I'll give you a source.
Let me say this. Yeah. Let me say this. I have, and Cataract and Mr. Porter know this. I have helped to put in effort and done things with Mr. Porter and Cataract in the process of getting players from England to represent Jamaica. I have clearly and unequivocally stated that I believe the best bet for us is to get as many of them, especially at the Premier League level. I have categorically stated that no player presently playing in Jamaica, none at all, can be in our squad. Categorically stated that. Some all for the English-based players. This has nothing to do with that. The thing is, for the first game, they may not be available. So I have to, just like what Dre anyways has said, because when Alvas Powell goes out there, he has my full support, as if it were Amari Bell, right? Because I rate them. They are Jamaican, it don't matter to me. I don't see Mariapa and I don't have a special sentiment towards Mariapa over Low. They are Jamaican, and I'm here to support Jamaica. I don't come on here to so that so that's my point. My point is I still want us to believe that even if these players can't come, we have to still believe in the players. We here are we have, even if we think it is a wild dream, we still have to believe in our players. We still have to believe that, listen, if we are the other players, we could have won the game. But listen, we don't have them. I'm going to have to trust that Alvas Paul. I'm going to have to trust that Kemar Lawrence. I know they are not the best. I know that. But I still trust them because it's still Jamaica.
Go ahead.
It's still, and that is the issue
You
I have.
know, man's man, you're not doing us any favors, Arsenal fans. You're not doing us any favors. You're not doing us any favors.
The issue I have is that we have made this thing. Listen, we are Reggae Boyz, brother. Whether it's 11 or 23 persons from England or from Belgium or from Spain or from the local league, we are all Jamaicans. We cannot have a set of confidence for one person and then say, boy, I did my money, might as well, I must have 10 we are going to get. That is what people are saying, that we're getting 10. You know, make a sense we go. GFF will just withdraw. That we can't have that attitude.
Management.
Last point and I'm gone. Last point and I'm gone.
On a point of order, I would like source.
Hold on.
What is your source of Jamaica is going to get 10? Please.
Hold on, man. Manins. Just make it known that the panelists,
right,
people
in the comment section. In the comment section.
Thank you very much.
In the comment section.
Panelists will not say that.
In the comment section, I have heard people, I've seen stuff, not here, because you can't hear comments, right? Because it's time. So we just clarify that. Because I can't ready to fly for the thing like some bees. But that is what Tiddlywinks have been speaking about. Tiddlywinks have been saying that when you look at the comments, people are talking like if this player don't come, we're going to be Tiddlywinked out of this.
But management, I'm confused. Management, I'm confused. Everybody, we don't have uniformity in how we view things in life, management. People have different perspectives. Some people think we're going to get 2. I won't say how much I think we're going to get. Some people will get 10. That's their views. Doesn't mean that you got to.
How much I think we're going to get, Cranky?
I don't know, but I don't want to know. I don't want to know because I'm not there yet. I'm not there with local players. I'm there with British-born players and local players together. I hear Damian Lowe said this, which is we can't get to the World Cup. I think that's what he said without having them in the squad, right? And he must say that for a reason because he's Jamaican born and bred, even though he's done well and played overseas. So, and we've heard, even though fourth official.
Taxi said it too.
If you see a jump over the wall, you can't say Arsenal people can't jump. That's every example you give. You have to use Arsenal as your beating stick. Leave them alone, man. They might suffer. Lift them now. Stop piling. You have to pile on every minute.
Cranky, look like a 5 there. Cranky, it look like a 5 there. Look by your right hand. Just hold up your right hand, so.
We still need man to answer a question.
I believe. Let me tell you something. So here's my team. So let me give you
the question, Manins, so the people who just come on can hear.
For the persons, I believe that if we go there with Andre Blake in goal, Damian Lowe, Alvas Powell, Kemar Lawrence, Andre Mariapa, Liam Moore, Shamar Nicholson, Corey Burke, Devon Speedy Williams. I mean, I could name Junior Fleming. I believe in my team to go there and get a tie. Or come out there with a 1-1. I believe that.
A question.
Manins, hold on.
Take it easy.
Your name more, you know. Your name more United, you know. You understand?
You put a little mix in there.
I know why. I know why I name him, and Cataract know why too.
Because Moore says 6 days, so you figure Moore says 6 days, meaning he's coming to play.
More ask, I am sure a question.
Yeah.
Because I believe that any team goes out there, I'm going to support it. But at the same time, we have to be truthful to ourselves. And I'm certain that even if you don't want to say it aloud on the panel, if you see a JPL team pick to go to Mexico, what would your reaction be? Are you going to say that that team is going to go to Mexico and get a draw or win that game?
No, I would say I hope.
May I answer for you?
No,
you
I cannot answer
say that.
Well, today, when I see my team going to City, I said I hope for a draw. If I see, I
no, but that's Arsenal. That's Arsenal.
Well, if I see, if I see if some disease catch up in the brain of the JFF, but them choose a JPL team to go down to Mexico. Listen, I still go and hope that we come out with a draw. Because that is my heart. But if my head,
hope that in Kansas Spring.
Are you disingenuous with the answer?
Hope that in Kansas Spring. But my heart says we can get a result.
Man, are you being disingenuous with the answer?
Brother, if we can believe that Arsenal could get a point from City, we can be disingenuous about Jamaica time with Mexico.
Trust the process, Mikel Arteta. I think that explains a lot. I know why management attack the way I attack now. Management is an Arsenal fan, I never know. I think I can't get alone with the funny thing. But that explains a lot. But there's I said to myself, the management must be a man of God. Like management must be a man of faith. They move mountains and that. But no, me I realize it's an Arsenal thing. Right? Let me tell you something right now. I'm not gonna say this unequivocally. Management call out the same set of ball and then we carry go Gold Cup. We barely make the second round and could beat an average age 50 Costa Rica team fam. How much time if you say?
No. Coach, I just said
and this is just the Gold Cup. We are talking about something as important as the qualifying for the World Cup. And this
here's what's funny. One of the first thing he mentioned was Albert Powell. I mean, something said, after about 15 minutes, Albert Powell can't breathe. Me don't see my Gold Cup. He can't run.
In Orlando.
Stop rest with Alvas, man. Alvas is protesting.
Alvas must.
Frankie, don't call the player's name in a derogatory way.
Hold on.
We're not supporting that, Frankie. We're not supporting that. We can call their names, but not in a certain manner.
You pause.
What do you mean?
I want to say something. Marins, I want to put the question this way, and then I want to move on to some important matters as to what happened today in the leagues and all the players them look. Marins, if you had $1,000 to buy a ticket to go watch one away game, would you spend it on going to watch the Mexico match where we are without our players? Or would you spend it to go and watch the Canadian away game where the full squad, including Ravel, will be there? Which one? Right. Because you don't want to see, you don't want to be able. So let me say this as the only man on this panel and in the chat, and anybody challenge me. I sat in the Azteca and I took a 6 love drubbing. Brother, it not pretty. When the people them a laugh after you and throw beer upon you and you have to sit down and keep by your little self, it is not a nice thing. Brother, we sit down in a night in a 6 and take the 6. You know what is 6? Every time you try to catch back your breath, you know, is the next time some people are jump up around you. You know what? So please, let us be just clear. The best chance that we have, the best chance that the best chance that we have is with the British players. The man them in something there, they don't know about the altitude something there. I have watched the Premier League now for 3.5 rounds. I have yet to see one game where players play 90 minutes. They are not in the fitness. And you have to accept that. The top team who the top of the league played today, that's Veer. Did you see the Christ? The ball where striker get in our last part, I watched from minute 70 to minute 75. And in 5 minutes, the ball possession changed 26 times in 5 minutes. Go anybody go and watch it from minute 70 to 75. 26 times the possession changed. And this is the team that is on top of the league, you know. The two Tivoli and the two Veers on top of the league, and Tivoli can be top of the league. Right?
I didn't see any JPL player though.
No, I am saying to you, let us just get a grip. Unless
I'm not traveling.
No, man, I just saying to you. You know?
Man is full of style, you know.
Man is Pastor, I am sure.
You full of style.
See your Bible must be written in Arabic. Yeah, I first man I read out our Arabic Bible. But a regular Hebrew Bible where we are reading said God help those who help themselves. You understand? And in shortest verse said Jesus wept. If you
that is not in the Bible. God help those who help themselves. That is not in the Bible.
That's what I'm telling you, your Bible in Arabic.
It's not in the Bible, Cataract.
Trust me. Please focus.
Jesus wept.
Yeah, and I really just
if you want to see somebody wept, you go to Mexico without then the 14 player there. And someone wept me. You know what wept is?
Cataract, man, let's drop the drop dog, you know.
Drop dog?
I quote him with himself. And other means he went himself in other means.
Remember tell you something, drop down when I reach about the 20th step. Come and start to run up the step there, man.
We go at gym.
No, drop down. At them are Sebesa and show. Agua. Jamaica. Agua. Amigo.
Coach, how did Mexico and Trinidad when the Azteca in the World Cup?
Just imagine when you have to walk back down those 100 steps with 6 in your bag.
I think Teddy made a good point though. He said we drew in 2013, which was right?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we drew in 2013
with a lot of British players.
And we should have won that game actually.
And so Ryan John.
In that game.
Let us.
Man and Cataract.
Yeah, my brother.
Man and Cataract. So according to TVJ Sports, the only outfield local based player that would be in the squad is Ricardo Morris.
Really?
Is that the best player we have available to the team right now?
Which squad?
From the local league.
Andrew Van's the best player.
I would not have him in it. I would not have him in the squad if I were. You understand me? Because all the other players are overseas. There are some. All I'm saying is that
cost.
Yeah, when we don't have the best.
So Dre, what's the squad?
Right, no man. When we don't have the best, we don't have the.
I don't hear the whole squad, but I'm telling you.
Yeah.
So returning to the squad that was absent recently: Norman Campbell. Jevon East,
Romario
Williams. I think they mentioned Paris too, and Vassell.
And Peter Lee Vassell and Karim Paris.
Hey, Rome.
That's it.
I'm starting Arsenal squad in Rome. I made them name myself.
No, but what I'm saying
is I get excited. Spend all the money I'm carrying, nobody get excited.
All I'm saying is that, coach, here's the point, coach. The reality is we're not going to have our best players, obviously, for the first game. That is the consensus. We're not going to have our best players. All right? But, I mean, I've seen Trinidad go down there and get a draw with primarily players from Trinidad. So I'm hoping that with some of the, the Kaim Paris, the Bowser, all the guys playing in the MLS, I just have to hope. Like, if a man tell me that we're going to get 10, I wouldn't argue with him. But I have to hope that we can get a good result, because my level of confidence doesn't change based on where the players are from. my confidence in the Jamaican team is that it's a Jamaica team. Regardless, Coach Minzy, if you go out there, I have the same. If Cataract who have 2 left foot and do karate go out there, me have the same confidence.
No man, don't you can't put no.
Why? How that makes sense?
Man is man.
How
Man is
that
man.
makes sense? Me not
Man is
understand
man.
that matter.
Right,
Man is man.
Ask take
Man is
a
man.
bus, man.
No, wait, man is man. Man is man. How is that logical?
How that makes sense?
So you're saying by that logic, quality doesn't matter. You're saying your confidence is not based on the quality of the players available to you.
I think it is in the situation that we are in. He's making reference to still.
No. But coach, that's not what he's saying.
No, man.
He's saying he has confidence in Jamaica's person who play for Jamaica, no matter who they are, what their capability, and he think they can go there and get a result.
No, Cranky.
That's what I'm hearing.
No. So let me explain to you. Let me put it what they call layman's term. The present situation is, and I said it 4 times, our best players are not available. Our best players are not available.
So we have to support whoever
the coach picks, I have to support.
Yeah, man. And I
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
But support different.
All right, but gentlemen,
I'm saying support different. I'm saying I'm gonna get a result in the farm. They can support the team and genuinely look on people and honestly without any fear and without any reservation. Say, listen, I'm going to support the team. Jamaica, my country. And yes, they say where we born and grow or this where we come from. I'm going to support them, but I'm not afraid to sit here and tell say I have zero hopes of them coming out with that tree.
Gentlemen.
I don't believe that.
Let me say something to you guys. And I don't think you guys know this. Do you know that the squad, any squad that is named, it is the squad for the 3 games, and you cannot change that squad. Cataract should know that too.
That's what I thought too. And I said it to Mr. Speed on I Am Sure program.
Change the squad. Once you submit that squad, it's the squad for the 3 games, the Panama, Mexico, and Costa Rica. I bet you $100.
No, Mr. Really?
Yes.
I am sure. I said it on your program.
Yeah, man.
I perk up when you hear $100.
Mr. Porter.
If you win, me send it, come give you.
You said it, come give me. But if if you win, me not say none come give you because you put up the money, you know.
Coach. The way management a reason, I would not be surprised in the next Prime Minister's broadcast to the nation. He introduces drug testing every Sunday morning for pastors. Because them the reason high. But coach, what happened in England today? We have not spoken about that. Coach, just like
hold on. Let me Cataract, before you go.
2 minutes to go.
Cataract, before you move further, why? This is the first time I see man is man never turn on his camera. What are you hiding?
No man, he asked me from earlier and said him can't come on the camera. So I don't know if I'm hiding for real, but
man, are you housing?
No. He sound.
Are you housing some local based players?
Let me tell you what he's doing. Manning sound like he's preaching. He's probably up by the pulpit, and he had his Bible there, and he's preaching to us, and he's,
Coach, allow me to say good night, Mr. Speed, because obviously you're hosting Mr. Speed.
No, look here, Devon. Yes, hold on, Qatar. You see the point of Devon make? I think he might be onto something, but the only difference is that if UK based players are going to be in the team to face Panama at home, then all they have to do is to name a squad, probably about 30 players.
It's a 30-man squad. It's a 30-man squad for each window.
Right. So
if they do that fine because they can pull from the 30.
Right. Yeah. And you would not have expected Mikel Antonio to play 3 matches in 10 days.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been madness. I'll go back to England.
Plus traveling.
Even if he didn't get injured now, he his body, there's a probability that his body would have got injured there. We have to take care. So I don't think there was any plan to have any player play 3 games in 10 days and then go back now and play for their club 3 days later.
Coach, I'm almost certain that the rule says that once you have your passport, you can come in. So after the first game in Mexico, they can't change the team. I'm telling you. All right. I'm going to get it, because we have a betting tomorrow. I'm going to get the information and send it to you tomorrow, coach.
Man, it's a divert, coach. But we talk about the player they did today.
Cataracally, $100 me a workout right now.
Give me a second. Hey, coach, Minzy.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys mentioned this earlier, but now that we're getting into the weeds and actually talking this through, because that's how solutions come about in meetings, you know. Why is it that we can't prioritize these things in terms of Mikel Antonio wasn't going to play 3 games in the first place? Have Mikel Antonio and all of the men might have to go back to England, play in the first game against Mexico.
We said
knock that game out, pick up the 3 points, send them back to England if they have to, then start them quarantine, and then we start reshuffle, raise a man them for the not so.
We already
Okay, all right, cool. All right, that's how me do it. Okay, cool.
Yeah, man. So Derby County. How Ravel played today?
Average.
Never watch it.
Average game. Watch the game 1-1 with 1-1. His passing percentage has gone back up. I look at the stats as well. I look at the eye test. The opposition did not give the entire Derby team any time and space on the ball, right? And I don't think it's effective, but he didn't have a bad game, but it's not his most effective game. They clearly know his name now, and so players pressed him and hustled him on the ball. He wasn't able to make all of that time and space that Cronky talks about, but he didn't have a bad game. But the team was really saved by, he had 1 key pass, that's what the stats say. I mean, I probably missed it, but that was he didn't. But it's really Curtis Davis and Jagiel Kando, the defensive guys that held straight in the game. But it's a result for Derby, a 1 point, and I don't think he didn't disgrace himself, you know. So
yeah, coach, I could record the game. I have the game recorded, but I couldn't watch it because another team I support was playing at the same time. I should have watched Ravel instead. It was a mistake on my part. I
did watch Ravel game. But Cataract, me I hear say Anthony Grant no go on nothing today, you know, them have to sub him off, you know. What go on with that one there? Because we there from early we talk about it and we want to reach.
It's after the debate, coach. It's after the debate. He realized that it doesn't make sense anymore. It's after the debate.
So let me say, so Swindon Town played 1, beat Mansfield Town, who's right next to them in the league. Played 1, beat them 1-0. I tried to hold this in, but let me just say this. Anthony Grant is one of the players who reached out to his club manager and his coach and the owner, and they have given permission for him to travel to Jamaica if he is called up. And so he was rested, not dropped. And the agreement was he would not play the full 90 minutes. So they get to the facts. I know the source.
So where my response? Where my response? What is he resting for? What is he resting for?
What? On one hand, we are saying that players must be brave. So when a player brave are, and those who talk to in a circle know how long metallurgy.
I said Jamaica, brave up.
I'm gonna get national team when I get called for Cataract. But I don't want that.
I am asking you. Hold on. I am asking where and what. Because I watched the game actually, so I want to know who watched the full game. He came off on the 58th minute, right? At the first time he has played 4 games or 3 games. 4 games so far for 90 minutes. And he was due arrest. He was due arrest.
I'm saying it's more
But it's
probable
not.
that he wasn't playing well at them sub him, other than him arrest him for a national team when him not get called for. But
No,
I don't want to
overall.
digress. The real point I
No,
want to put across is
he's playing so badly that his team didn't concede a goal. This is the second week in a row. Somebody say he was standing up like a light post, but it's best him do that because each time he stand up as a light post, they've gone 2 games now with clean sheets. So
I'm not
What's the
disputing
price?
you.
What's
I'm
the
just
price,
saying.
Cataract?
I'm just saying the
What's the
probability
price?
of them resting him for the national team that is not getting called up is very low. Now, hear what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Going back a little bit to the Ravel Morrison situation you mentioned earlier, I really don't agree with what you said. Basically, I think he had a little bit more than an average game. I think he did. I think the job that he did, he was supposed to do. He didn't play exceptionally well, but I did think he played. And for me, I had 2 goals in the game, because I wanted to see James Garner play for Forest, because the Man United youngster. So I was watching him, and I think he had a worse game than Ravel Morrison did in terms of comparing the two. So I do think that Ravel Morrison actually played a level-headed game. I think he played a level-headed game, and whether side passes, short passes, any game you play where you have 84 or more % accuracy in terms of passing as a midfielder, is a good game for me. So I don't think he had such a bad game per se.
Repeat that one for me. Any game where you have 84 and above % is a good game for a midfielder.
Now I'm saying, regardless of
if you're playing in the higher leagues, you're playing in the higher leagues. You're playing in the bush league. You're playing in the bush league.
Hold on, man. I just want to clear the man.
But now if you're playing in the bush league, we're not counting bush league.
No, because you never say it because the baller plays.
We're not counting bush leagues because I know that's where you're going. I'm anticipating where you're going.
Hold on, he plays so bad that his passing accuracy today was 91%. Right? So when I can't
so we're not counting bush leagues, Cataract. You're not listening.
Forward passes, forward long passes, forward passes. Talk to us about those.
I have to go break them down. I don't have those stats as yet. I have to wait. Take a day or so to get the stats in.
Rome, don't allow him to lead you on Rome. Don't allow him to lead the witness. Don't make him lead you on Rome. Don't make him lead you. I know where I'm going.
Hold on, Rome. What I'm saying to you is, I said clearly that Ravel had an improved game. His passing accuracy improved from 72% to 86% today, which is his normal passing accuracy. But he didn't have no exceptional game. He never light up the place. And what did I say that is false? The man then put some man on him and hurry him up every time he come to the ball. A true or false matter. It's the fact.
Plus they played a desperate team today anyway. They played a desperate team.
He did not. Forest has not. Forest is the bottom of the league,
Yeah, Forest hasn't won a game. What? 1 of 18 last year at the end of the season?
Let me finish.
What the price?
Hold on now.
What the price?
Hold on now. Forest has not won a game. Forest is literally the worst team in the league.
They are. They've been struggling.
And if Ravel couldn't light them up. But I'm not holding that against him. I said,
but he hasn't played a bad game all season.
No, I did not say it's a bad game. It's like when we mention Ravel, people just think he doesn't play a bad game. It's an average game. The team played average because they're supposed to take the points from. That's supposed to be like a gimme.
They were leading 1-0 for a good while.
Yeah, sorry.
Cataract, quick question for you. What's the price?
What the price?
Price, firstly.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Oh, I true. Somebody say I sell unicorns. So I'll check out the price. But
I don't know. No, listen. When we come for
I have to go my ceremony now. Mine's man. I'm coming to
Jamaican. You have to start an online church.
Yeah. I'm coming to church, man. I'm coming to church.
Shut up, no easy at all.
No, but we know that they might come with the.
Let me ask you though.
I'm gonna talk and know what you give.
Hypothetically speaking, if say because of the situation, Anthony Grant said has declared his hand that he's available. The GFF calls him. You think he could manage the Azteca? Like this would be a good blooding into a national team for him to go and play in an important game like this in the Azteca against a Mexico team that we think are going to give us 6 love. You think or 10 love or how much love and thing. You think this would be a good experience, or it would make like, because aren't you fearful that after the game people could say, why am I doing yourself? You would prefer him to play like, probably against a Panama in Jamaica coming on when we're leading, than to go to Mexico, seeing that we think that it's going to be a bad result.
So let me say this.
Hypothetically speaking, Jeffrey has cut out the man light.
He could have him light.
No, don't try that, man, man.
Yeah, back up. Yeah, back up.
Kick in.
Don't dare try that. Don't dare try that. Okay. Yeah, man.
No Sidley Winks light in there, so kick in nicely. Go ahead.
Bro, I know the grantee when I said that thing, I make me like turn out right to it. So that one that. Good. It's the worst possible situation, but man is a man. You understand? And so you come and you perform, and if you don't perform, me I go get a beat, but me I go beat you too. You understand? So it's like no other. But what do we prefer? Javon Watson? I don't know. So it's not an ideal situation. It is possible that the Mexican team could destroy him. He's never played at altitude before in his life. Never. But neither was Louis Baker or Isaac Hayden or Jordan Cousins or Kevin Stewart. And Kevin Stewart came on and he had a short cameo today. I don't watch the game. Right? So I don't know. So I'm not Jesus Christ Almighty, but I'm not going to back from a challenge. And if you put him on the field and put him in the colors, he will go and put on the shirt. He will go and fight. And what we will need in Mexico are people who are willing to fight and dig deep, because we won't have a full squad. Yes, it would be nice to come in and sit down in a squad with Mikel Antonio up front and banging in the goals, and then the Mexicans have to play expansive because they're 2-0 down in 10 minutes, rather than chasing balls and whatever. But you can't run from it.
I've come to realize that two things are certain in this world. I've come to realize two things are certain in this world. One, that Stone Love is a better sound than Cataract. And two, Michael Lecter will be in the team, and Grant will not. It's as simple as that. Them man don't rate Grant. It's as simple as that. They won't call him in.
But like I'm saying, I can't force the coach to call anyone, and I think my job as a fan ends at the point where the JFF made contact with the player and gave him the professional respect. You can't tell a coach can't listen to fans to know who to pick. It's his job, and I'm my $1 million for the month, a fee more. And if he lose it, I don't have $1 for him. So he can pick the 23 players that he think is best to carry to Mexico, and I will respect them and I will cheer for them. Unfortunately, I can't be there. My boat link saying my boat link now work, but remember I told you.
Tapa remind me of Mikel and Arteta. Anybody pick up on the similarities between Arsenal and the Jamaica team potentially are going to lead against Mexico?
No, don't go there.
I'm just asking a question. Yes, sir.
No, we are Banya.
Don't go there.
And what ground?
Yeah, Rome. Arsenal can make conversation. We have had the Arsenal. We are done with Arsenal for the day. We're done with Arsenal for the week. We're done with Arsenal for the month.
Yeah, man.
We're not going to give up on Jamaica, and you shouldn't give up on Arsenal. We're not giving up on Jamaica, and you shouldn't give up on Arsenal.
Tottenham's fan,
I can see that between two. Two of them need to be fired.
No, but we are the bantering, man. Let's get down to the serious thing. What was the score for Luton?
The serious thing, me talk.
What was the score for Luton Town with Amari Bell? I think they have.
It was 2-1.
2-1. They lost, but they won.
They
won. So he's got because I was worried after the game, after they shipped 5 goals against Birmingham. I was worried.
Cataract, you want me answer, Mr.
No,
Richard?
We're going through. And you had like when you change the topic, we talk about the games today and the players. Rotherham, West Harding. Anybody see the game? Anybody have a update?
2-0.
Last
They won.
They won. So a clean sheet for West Harding. What I think I looked up something. Did West play today? Was
Yeah,
he in
man.
the? Was he in this? Was he in the
Rotherham team? Yeah.
Rotherham team today?
Yeah, man. Him start. 7.5 rating him up.
You know who I watched today? I watched just before the show finished. I watched 90 minutes of Johnson Clark Harris.
His team lost.
His team lost 1-0 right at the death. A killer goal from West Bromwich Albion.
Oh, Luton Town draw. Sorry.
They draw what? 0-0 or something like that?
0-0 with Sheffield.
0-0, yeah, man. Clean sheet again. So Amari Bell back.
Good game by Bell as well.
Yeah.
Good ratings.
Good. So I'm glad because it could have damaged your psyche. Take up 5. But I watched Johnson Clark.
He never just pick up 5 in the cataract.
He
pick up 5. No, he pick up 5 and Tai Chung make him look like he might eat pizza all game. Tai Chung treat him like one baby back in that game. I was worried about Amari Bell in that game.
Well, the thing about Amari Bell,
so me glad him bounce back.
We're glad to, because the thing about Amari, is that when he will give you something against average or equal players. But when he come up like in that first game against Guadeloupe, when he come up against a baller, they can take him to school. Like we saw in the first game when we played Guadeloupe. Sorry, not Guadeloupe.
Suriname, number 7.
Number 7 really took him to school. So I worry about that. So I thought, having seen that Birmingham game, and Birmingham is not a top tier team, Birmingham is a mid-table team. I thought that we still need to be looking for a left back deputy for Taxi Lawrence. I don't know what the other Taxi. I don't know what the other man them think if you're comfortable with the both. I mean, Greg Lee not doing bad at Morecambe in League One. He has a passport right now, so I mean, but I think left back and right back is where we should be looking. Along, of course, with not even looking, just trying to convince Lewis Baker to come on board.
No worry, I work on Ethan Lear. Me send my message every day on Instagram.
Ethan Lear, you hear anything from him?
Ethan Lear, the right back.
Me send something to him, I'm hearing nothing from him.
Ethan Lear is playing.
Send a message. Me said every time he post up, me drop a message and everything. I work on him, man.
Ethan Lear, he's playing at Swansea. Not doing too badly at all.
Don't make it, but me I work on it.
Don't worry, man. I soon deliver left back.
Several levels below. Several levels below James Justin and Kyle Walker-Peters, though.
Playing in the Premier League, I soon deliver left back. Quality left back.
You know who's looking very ordinary, though, coach? Max Aarons.
Oh yeah.
I wonder which ancestor him upset. Cause he might look very ordinary. I don't know. People, I watch the game, and a team can get beaten, but him they at fault for couple like goal them, I don't know if anybody saw that when they got the game, and then even today it's not the most assured performance he put on.
I'm to Boza.
I don't know anything about the Belgian league, but he scored a hat trick. Maybe I'll watch the highlights and see how that transitions. But glad to see him back on the score sheet. Coach this rather program. A short video. I can't go talk about it. But coach, next time I run the video, I forget so. A copyright why you can't show back the goal them.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Be careful,
But you have to give you a link, Put a link in the description so we can.
Coach, so you can't show it without copyright infringement.
Yeah, I've got to show you that.
Me, just link me, man. You can't show you how to do it, man. No. Just do it now. I'm movies.
All right. What name? The head of state scored today down in Egypt,
That's good. All auguring well. I'm all auguring well.
So, hold on. Me ask you something. Me glad you mentioned head of state because me say something the other day. I like to hear everybody point on this. Regard to this man, Damian Lowe. If Ethan Pino continue to play at the level that he is, continuously, consistently, who should make way? Or should he be called up in the team?
Three at the back.
Because man I play Egypt now, you know. And
Three
if
at the
he
back.
can continue playing in the Premier League the way he is right now, should someone make way in that defense, and who should make way?
Three at the back.
Cataract, you're too smart, you know.
You put your best players on the field. And the defense,
That's how they see it too.
if the defense is the best part of Jamaica's game,
Stock it.
Strong game.
Family. Let me say this, family.
Formula not there.
I'm gone.
Fourth official.
A fourth. Okay, let me tell you something. In my final team.
Why?
The coach, because he's a very good player. The coach need to look at his team and look at what he has and try to fix it to the best of his ability. You have so much quality defenders in your team, and you cannot implement a formation to get credible results. Listen, football in the olden days, people used to just play 4 at the back and call it a day. No, you have to work your magic. If you have those 3 quality defenders, plus you have adequate people on the bench, why can't you play 3 at the back?
In all fairness,
let me say something.
So here's the question.
Hold on, gentlemen. In all
If you say I go
fairness,
play 3 at the back,
hold on, room. In all fairness, you have to. We can't speak of him not using the best players, because there was never a time where we get the 3 players at once. They have never played yet. They have never been called up together. So we really
all right, let me hear a room officer to that.
if you put 3 at the back, Moore, Lowe, and Pinnock, that would mean you'd have to play with wing backs. And we were just talking about the quality of the team, and we say they might play 4
No,
at
you
the
don't
back
play with wing. You don't play with wing backs with 3. You play with full backs.
Full backs, wing backs, same difference. The question is, if you put Alvas
No.
on the right, Alvas Powell now the last 10 minutes as a full back.
Rome, you didn't watch the debate, did you? Rome, you didn't watch the debate, did you?
Thinking there? Rome, who tell you we were thinking at that line?
Yeah.
So we are going to put Leon Bailey, one of them over there.
So Rome, I laid it out. Go watch the video from last week, Rome. So let me see.
Give me a team.
No, you can play Reed there, Rome. You can play Reed on the right.
Listen, give me a team. Give me a team with all of these players in it. I'm gonna show you how we get results.
Yeah, but Devon, you don't answer a point, Devon, which is this. So Rome, I think you can play 3 at the back, Rome. But here's the thing. Suppose Whitmore want to play 4 at the back, because not every opponent you want to play 3 at the back. And if you go Azteca, you should play 3 at the back. But we're skirting the difficult decision. That's what we're doing. We're saying you have 2 to select from 3. Which 2 would you select? That's the question. Not do you play 3 at the back. Not do you change your formation to fit the players because they're the best defenders. If he wants to play a 4-3-3 or just a 4 at the back, which of the 2 center half would you play? That's the question.
So let me see if we can
put it this way. Me not left Damian Lowe on my team unless he injured.
All right, so let me say this, Mr. Porter. I think Richard asked a question earlier that I think could probably help. He asked, what are the similarities that we find between Coach Whitmore and he used Mikel Arteta? And I think one of the problem is there's a level of, I think they can coach, but there's a naive way that they deal with tactical stuff. And I think for a situation like that, it probably depends on the kind of forwards that you're going to play against, or how the team, like the Panama team, for example, normally have these very big, tall, strong, play with a lot of they try to get a lot of free kicks and squares into the box. So in a game like that, you may want to use 3. You're playing against the USA team that have a lot of speedy persons. You probably look at a Liam Moore and a lower. You understand me? So I guess the coach would have to play 2 or 3 depending on who we're playing against. It's really a tactical decision. So I don't think I don't think we can say use 3 or use 2 or these 2 or this 2 and thing. It depends on which team we're playing. It depends on which team.
Okay, So I want to get to understand the whole concept of playing 3 central defenders. What do you understand in a formation with 3 central defenders? How do you operate?
You say the same thing all the time. When you attack as a 3-5-2 or 3, whatever.
Well, I kept that man talk. Big up everybody. Now left out and no. Bless up. Great show tonight, everybody. Big up.
Respect, Drew.
You defend with 5 players in defense. When you attack, it's a 3-5-2. When you defend, is 2-3-5.
You know why we're having this conversation?
Yes,
defenders? We're having this conversation because people afraid the people use sentiments and all that stuff and bias to pick a team. People afraid to drop one of them. The fact is a quality and I've been saying this is day one, and that's why I'm asking, a quality we're supposed to ask for over anything else. The quality. No care if man I head that state. If man I rate the man more, and I rate him, I think I'm one of the best footballers Jamaica ever produced since his father, You understand me? I say, but what I am saying now is that sentiments need to be tossed to the door. And
so why you choose him? Why you choose him?
Because I even more bench.
No, that's what I said. That's what I said. Liam Moore play a higher level than him right now.
Okay.
But
I said Liam Moore is playing at a higher level than him. So I ask the question, who would you pick? I say if you pick
I would bench Pinnock. I would bench Pinnock.
So, coach, we move from discussing some factual thing, which is what happened today to the various players, to talk about some hypothetical something when is not going to happen for these first 3 games. Those 3 players.
No, but Cataract. He's asking a legit question. It's a legit question which is going to face us at some point.
Why this conversation came up? Because we mentioned low scoring today. So he's
but so we mentioned him scoring, but other people play today.
But Cataract, you can't say Pinnock won't come to the qualifiers.
No,
it's not been decided yet, right?
No. I'm saying that based on where things are,
right?
With the Mannings know certain thing, coach know certain thing, based on where they are, it is highly unlikely that those 3 defenders will be in the same team at the same time, the same squad.
You don't know that.
Well, Cataract, it may not be for this window, but the next window is coming up pretty quickly. At some point, we're going to be faced with a question, and people are scourging the question, but they don't want to answer the question. I will say what I'm going to say, which is I would bench Pinnock.
Okay.
And I know he's playing the Premier League, and I know I say one Premier League players. I've watched Pinnock play, and if you look through his stats, tackling is his weakness.
Thank you very much.
And heading is his strength.
Yes, he's very good in the air. Yes.
And Damien is not the best in the air.
Damien is a very good all-around footballer.
Damien's weakness is aerial capacity.
So if
I don't think Pinnock is better than Damien. I don't think Pinnock is better than Damien. So it sounds strange to say. I don't think he's better than Damien. I don't think he is. That's my view.
You have all those personnel, and it's a coach's headache. The coach have to, as I said, look at his team and says, okay, I have 3 top quality defenders. Now, let's see how I can work this and make all of them involved in this. And you look at your fullbacks. Listen to me. I'm going to say something, and a lot of people might start beating me. But right now, currently, our best right back that I see playing football that says Jamaica is Javian Brown. And if you think I'm wrong, take a look at Vancouver. They're playing tomorrow, 9 o'clock Jamaica time. Take a look at him. Just watch Vancouver and take a look at him and look
But
what
boss,
he's doing.
picking your team.
How we get to Javier, bro?
Well, I know. Well, I bring back Cataract. Hold on.
No,
Nobody
but I
get upset. I
ask
bring
Coach
back.
Sport. No, not upset.
Because Rome call a name
Boss,
and say we're going to put him at fullback. You understand what I'm saying?
Listen up. You can't pick your team. You pick your team at three defenders. What if it's to the detriment of the entire team? Similar to what Pastor had said earlier. Listen, what if you pick a 3-man defense, which means you have to play a 5-3-2 or a 3-5, whatever you want to call it. That means you need to make sure so your team
you got to play a 3-5-2
play together. Yeah, I know you have to go make sure say your midfielders can play in that situation. Bear in mind, you don't have these men for more than 4 or 5 days in a training camp, right? To get them to start playing together. You bring in Mikel Antonio, you bring in Jab Low, every one of them. All of them are not used to playing with a 2-man striking partner. But now them have to change up them thing to play with 2-man because you have three good defenders and one of them can't get dropped. How that makes sense, fam?
But
it's easier for them to play with two striker. It is easier for them to play with 2 striker than isolate one striker up front.
No, it's not.
Who tell you that, Rome?
Because if you take up certain spots at the field where you're more comfortable with, I know you have someone next to you who's probably going to occupy those places, then you find difficulties. It's not easy to play with two people, especially if you're used to being occupying certain places by yourself.
Rome, you're all some opium reasoning now.
Rome,
the easiest system is to have a striking partner. You can play the ball off your partner, and it is less work and running. The most difficult thing to do. Hold on, let me finish. The most difficult thing for a striker to do is play as a lone striker.
Cataract.
You don't know much.
Spoken like a man who's never played.
So can I say something? It's 2021. There's very few teams. In fact, the only team in the Premier League that plays with 2 strikers is Southampton. It's Southampton. It's the only team I know that play with 2 strikers. Nobody uses 2 strikers anymore because you have to balance your team. You can't afford 2 strikers, so you have to balance your team. Man, I know when we get this concept about using 2 strikers. Yes, Whitmore used it in the Concacaf in one of the games with Burke and what was it Nicholson that plays up front. But nobody's using 2 strikers nowadays. And stop forcing the team. Look, Devon. When England played in the Euros, they had people like Grealish on the bench. Everybody was calling for, but they didn't fit the formation the coach was trying to play. I'm not saying we shouldn't play 3. I think we should play 3 back in Mexico, but not for every qualifiers. I don't think that's right.
That's the point I wanted to make, Cranky. We are talking about 3 at the back. Does it always work with every team, or is it a system that we're going to be using going forward for the life of the Reggae Boys?
I think it depends on who you're playing, who you're playing, how they set up, how you want to set up. Yeah, it depends. Yes, it's part of the strategy. Yeah.
So this 3 back, I don't think it's one size fits all.
No, it isn't. It depends on the opponent. It depends on where you are in the tournament. If you need 1 point to qualify, then you stack up everything around the back. If you need to go ahead and win the game, you can't play with. If suppose you need 1 point to qualify in the last game, you can't play 3 at back.
No, Kitara, that's not a logical explanation either way. So here's the thing. If you're playing a possession team like Mexico, where you know you're gonna get dominated, you want to play counter-attacking football. You can still win with counter-attacking football, because you stack up doesn't mean you're not playing to win. That's what Spurs did to Man City more recently. That's what Liverpool does against Man City. That's what Leicester does against Man City.
I'm asking you,
yes,
when you need a point to win, to advance, to qualify, to win something, is three defenders at the back the most effective system? But before you answer that, just let me allow me to address Rome, coach, and put on the. Let me put on my bright light there. See if the light charge up.
Generator don't work.
You see this? See this chap?
I want him under the spotlight.
So bright yourself, yeah?
I want him under the spotlight.
Rome, are you there, sir?
Just come supposed to buy that.
Where you bought it? Where you bought it, Cataract? Where you bought it?
Just buy one of them there for Amazon for my son. So nobody
you just buy that for Amazon for my son? Look for that.
Just buy one of them there for Amazon for my son. Try again.
Cataract, I can't go for my own them too,
Yeah, no, me not say me have more, but I want to put some respect on me. Me just Me notice some man I get right from where they like man no play ball and no ball. We just put it on your play. We did plan to bring it out for cranky.
Well, you know,
Are you talking about tennis? Tennis?
You know, say
You talking about tennis?
You know,
I don't play tennis. I don't play
My
tennis.
son?
Yeah.
Which son?
Anthony Grant Trophy man take care. Anthony Grant and stepson, you know. Anthony Grant Trophy take care. Come bring
let me say something to you. When it comes to the
respect for the name, but
when
yes,
it comes to the
please go ahead.
Oh, so when it comes to the formation, right?
Yes.
Formation in today's football, they say they are very fluid. So you're in Mexico, even if you have the three, not use Mexico, but say you have three at the back, you really have 5 defenders most teams because your left back, your right back can be in a back 5. Yeah. It can also be where one of your 3 defenders come into midfield, and so it's very fluid. Systems now are very fluid in football. You'll see the national teams do that. So I don't think. I think though that the kind of chemistry that has been developed between Lowe and Moore, even though you may think like Pinnock may be playing at a higher level, I think there's a chemistry that has been established between Moore and Lowe. And if East and Pinnock could have to play and break into that, and it cannot be based on his performance in the Premier League. Why? Because the coach probably going to look at, well, when these guys played in the Gold Cup together, they look so good together. Why would I change and bring in somebody else? So I think if I were the coach, I'd probably go with the 2 that I know have the best chemistry and who have been doing well. You understand me? That's what I would do. And then over time, East and Pinnock can probably be blooded into the system. But I think he's a very good player, and the good thing is good that we can have these conversations. Because all the players, like you have good. When I think I saw with Ethan Pinnock, he's very good at long throws. He reminds me of Rory Dillop. The man take the long throws like they're corners. So that could be, it could be an asset if you're going to certain places to play and not going to have a lot of attacks. Your long throws can become like corners. When you have like the bow, the Mikel Antonio, the Bowsers, the Low, all of these tall players, and the Burke, all of these tall players, maybe something that we could use.
The reason why I said 3-5-2, it gives you numbers in attack, numbers in defense, and the compaction in the middle of the park. Okay, you have to understand why people implement 3-5-2. Brentford is using it. He's comfortable in that. So,
but Devon, is our coach comfortable in playing that system? We have to take that into consideration as well.
I'd such like teach him how to do that system there.
No, you don't have to teach him. Him know enough football. Listen.
Did he use against Serbia? Did he use 3-5-2 against Serbia?
Why we not get up on no credit? Why we not get up on no
credit? Was it 3-4-3?
Listen, the man know enough football.
Remember, the man, from me, I watch Whitmore coach. He has always used.
Yeah, because he okay, because okay, put it this way. The reason why Whitmore uses that. Let me tell you one of the reasons why Whitmore uses that. In the past, he does not have enough of quality players, but now that he has quality players, he can tinker. Okay? And I think at some point in time, he will adapt and look at what he has right now and give us something different. You never know. So we have to give.
Devon, I see him use 3-4-3, which is close.
All right.
It's almost similar to the 4-2-1.
Yes.
So he might not always stay in that format. Me never see him expand and go outside of that. That's why that's what I was saying.
You understand? And that gives us a little bit more in defense. It's compacted the midfield, and you have enough people in attack to score. So if you have those three quality defenders, plus you have substitute defender on the bench, I don't see why you can't employ that. You know, and you never know, he might just surprise you guys. He won't
Fam,
surprise me if he does
fam,
that, eh?
I
hear
won't
me
be
out, hear me out,
surprised, you know.
hear me out, hear me out. We have to remember that looking at a piece of paper and say, yes, we can play this and play that and show those players. And it's different than actually playing the game on the field. When you go on the field, players have to complement each other. The reason why Manchester United back in 07, 08 was able to play Berbatov, Rooney, Tevez, and Ronaldo was because they complemented each other. The reason why Lukaku was able to leave Man United and go to Inter Milan and play with Lautaro Martinez because Lautaro Martinez's playing style complemented Lukaku, right? The reason why things ever work out like with man like Shevchenko at Chelsea because the players
No,
around
all
him
right.
never complimented. So
Rome,
what I'm
ask you
saying
one
is,
question.
let me
Okay.
finish some Milano. So if you ever put the man them on the field, right? Will Jamal Lowe or whoever you go put with Antonio or vice versa, will that complement each other? You look at the Gold Cup when they play Shamar Nicholson and Corey well together. Those two never work well together. It wasn't a compliment to each other as far as I was concerned.
When you play,
Mr. Porter,
okay.
So you
hold
have
on.
to put players
Before
on the field
Mr.
to complement
Porter,
each other.
Mr. Porter, let me just say this rule. All right. So one of the things we must not do is to compare how systems work in club football with international football, because generally at the club level, the coaches get more time with the players. All right. It's not the same at the international level. So when Coach Whitmore gets the players, oftentimes he doesn't have, except probably for the Gold Cup, when he doesn't have enough time to coach per se a system with a group of players, especially with our national team that has been chopping and changing for different reasons over the last couple of years. And so that has been a part of the issue with our football that he has as a coach. And I'm not like, maybe he has to take some responsibility, but it's going to be hard for a coach to develop a proper system and get players to play a particular way. Like Jamal has only played like one game. When he comes now, how do you get him to fit into a system? Mikel Antonio has never played. Ethan Pinnock has never played. So when you have all of these,
Manins, let me jump in and tell you something. These are not amateurs players you're talking about. These are professional players. You don't even coach them, you manage them. You issue an instruction, you set them up in one training match, and you set them up and give them an instruction and say, this is how I want you to play. Listen, it's a cakewalk for them. Okay? It's not, these players are full-blown professionals. Okay? If you look at national teams are pickup teams. Okay? But the difference between some national team is that they have a bunch of homegrown players and they have one system and everybody goes into the system. So they adapt as they come into camp. They're on one page.
So Mr. Porter,
okay? So listen. I'm talking from a coach perspective.
I'm a coach, Mr. Porter.
If I have it, yeah, but what level?
Probably this probably the same level as you.
See, coach, that's what I'm telling you.
Man is man at high school level coaching.
I'm just bothering Manny's man. Leave me a Manny's man alone.
I can coach in America. I can coach in the States and I can coach in Canada with my certification. So I don't know.
All right. So I'm just bothering him.
And I mean,
you understand what I'm saying?
And I have coached in Europe already.
All right. So
just
listen,
maybe,
Yeah. Listen. I am not saying that he should employ, but look at what you have.
Those countries that you're talking about, Mr. Porter, like in Belgium, they have a system that the team plays. I am saying to you that Jamaica does not have that. So when Tapa gets the players, like a Jamal Lowe or a Mikel Antonio comes into the thing, so the game, they come on a Friday and the game is on a Sunday. what kind of system is he going to teach?
Let me ask you a question. What are you gonna coach Mikel Antonio about? Tell me.
So that is so here's the point now. So when the players come, the same thing we're sending them.
But you give him an instruction.
No,
he's a full-blown professional. He carried out because he know exactly what you want.
So what
just tell him what you want and he will deliver it.
Yeah, but Mr. Porter, that's one person.
Mr. Porter, it's not that easy.
Mr. Porter.
Tell me what you want, what you really.
Mr. Porter, let me tell you. All right, you're talking from a coach's perspective.
Hold on. So, Mr. Porter, hold on. Let me give you this, Mr. Porter. Let me finish. Mr. Porter,
at that level too, you know.
Mr. Porter, let me finish. All right. So there's a guy called Nelson Searcy. There's a thing called it's going somewhere, Cataract, the 8 systems. All right, and that he uses the example of how cars are made in Japan. And he says, listen, when you get people in one of those car manufacturing places, you put the people in because the system works and all the cars come out the same. So Jamaica do have a system that they can put Mikel Antonio in and the product, the end product looks the same. So you can do that in Brazil, you can do that with Belgium, you can do that with a tiki-taka in Spain, you can do that with how Argentina play. Jamaica don't have that. So when a coach gets the players, yes, he tell them, all right, do this for me, do that for me. But at the end of the day, what happens? He may not be coordinating with the right back because one player in the MLS and his quality is not as much as Mikel Antonio, or he may play in the USL, or he may play in the local league. So you have all of those factors. It's a different thing.
All right, so I'm gonna drop some.
You mean he love turn back the ball like our friend?
I'm gonna drop some unfortunate truths right now. Well, I'm gonna drop some unfortunate truths right now. So here this work now. Cat up, hold on, cat up. Bill, I'm gonna drop some unfortunate truths right now for you.
All of us on the reach to who can coach.
Cataract. I mean the show. I'm not gonna tell you where we stop. What I'm saying is, here's the direction where we're going right now. Mr. Coach, if you are at a point where you're talking about just give the players instructions and tell them what they're going to do it. You have players, man, who are playing at the Premier League. Mikel Antonio, for example, plays a particular type of game. In going get himself in a position that make him comfortable. From a player's perspective, you have certain areas from the field when they get in certain areas in certain situations. On the ball, that's your comfortability level. If you think back, if you look at, I can use Coutinho as an example. You remember most of Coutinho's goals are coming from the top left corner of the 18-yard box. As soon as he get it, the camera behind him, you know where he's going, and he's going on the top right-hand corner. That don't come by chance. That come by practice, muscle memory, over and over. These players do these things. So you get players into positions and they do stuff that they do every day in practice. Now you tell these men to go out and do something that is antiquated to what they do on a regular basis, then you're going to have problems. If Mikel Antonio is comfortable in certain areas of the pitch and all of a sudden he find himself there along with someone else occupying the same spaces that he is comfortable in, then you're going to have a massive cluster crack.
And this is the reason why I says you don't coach them, you manage them.
Saying go do this and do that and give the instructions and have them do it is not necessarily 100% accurate. Yes, you would expect these professional players to do what they need to do, but at the end of the day,
and I'm going to say it again,
you need to make sure you have something comparable to what your players are used to.
So this is the reason why I'm saying again, you don't coach those players. They are ready product, you manage them.
All right,
but
so
you have to give them some instruction, though, innit? But just join in. This is a very interesting situation.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You give them instruction and you manage them.
All right, so look at what Mikel Antonio did today, gentlemen. I think this man is on fire.
Definitely.
He's playing good. And it's sad to know that we are in this predicament where we can't have Mikel Antonio part of the team going up to Azteca to kind of flatten the Azteca.
Coach, I don't want to say this,
So don't say
But
them. Man.
no. I'm going to say
More warnings. More warnings. We start with warnings. More warnings.
These 3 games that we're going to play, and he's not there.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, he's still eligible to represent his birth country. Uh-oh. Let me keep my mouth shut. Zip.
All right. So, as I was saying, the man in good form.
Excellent form. He's in excellent form.
Go up a Mexican and rough up the Mexicans, but this is a situation that we have no control over. But the man contribute to 7 goals. Him score how much? 4.
4.
And have 3 assists.
Fantastic.
So he's in excellent form. I mean, right now, David Moyes probably at eat out time and middle. He might carrying boots in football shoes or clean it off on them thing there as the manager. Yeah, man, because if you turn out for the season this way, trust me, look like he might gonna be unstoppable throughout the season. Let's hope he can maintain that form because sometimes they dip in form. But trust me, Antonio go out with things.
And this is the reason why I just said what I just said and keep my mouth shut. Zip.
Well, if
these 3 rounds pass and he's still going like that and doing that crazy stuff, the next set of games, how do you know that he won't be, zip?
Mr. Porter, but
if him do that, a film decision, but we are gonna blaze.
All right.
We are gonna blaze fire.
All right.
Listen, let me tell you, I believe that Mr. Porter, I believe that Mikel Antonio is committed to Jamaica. I believe that he's going to play against Panama at the National Stadium.
And once Mannings,
I would love that. I would love that, Mannings, man. I would love that.
You see, Mannings believes that the man them committed in that. The man
breaking news.
Hold it for Mikel right now. So, I have to take back on the talk where Mannings is concerned.
No.
Once Mannings man say that.
Hey, Mannings.
I believe that right up
Mannings. Brazil did call up one name there, and him not answer I call and he go play for Spain.
Oh, Costa.
But I believe right up until the anthem play and the whistle blow, even when him stand up in a Jamaica shirt and the anthem play, Gareth Southgate will be calling his cell phone and Moyes. Because they don't play. Come.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Because it is he is on fire. It's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment.
And I tell you, sorry.
It's an embarrassment to them. And I think that the JFF should make every effort to have him play, turn out, get capped in this round of matches. And I also believe that at least one side in Concacaf in this World Cup qualifier is going to be at the end of a hiding, of a beating by Mikel.
Somebody must feel him wrath.
Explode on somebody. And what the Yankee man will say, he's going to go ham, nigga. He's going to go ham. You understand?
Listen, them no want to see him, man. That man strong like a bull, Bridget.
He's not only strong like a bull. His football IQ is up there.
You can't stop him one on one.
He has pace. He has good first control. And yeah. So
listen, let me say this, man. Let me tell you something. Like from the players that I've seen.
The team on the screen, people. Sorry, Mannings, man. You are go after.
Yeah,
the
man.
team on the screen is just Dre Anyweather's team.
Coach, that tell about that team on put team in a coach. Coach,
Anyway.
put team in a coach.
Anyway, but what I was going to say now, Cataract is this. Let me tell you, like you can tell, like I think like a player like Liam Moore, like these guys, like Andre Gray, and you see some of the things. Like even a Mikel Antonio, I think like these guys, like they already feel like in my own estimation, they already feel like they weren't shown enough respect when they could have represented England, and now that they have decided to play, nothing is going to change that. And I kind of feel that way about Mikel Antonio, that he has made this just like Anthony Grant. If Southgate should call Anthony Grant, I don't think, having gone through the process that he's gone through, that he would change his mind. I kind of feel that way about Mikel Antonio, and I say that because, you know, they didn't have to go through some of the processes. They could have still been lingering, and they still went through the process, whatever it is, to get their documentation. And I know some of them had some very difficult, for some of them, the process wasn't just 1, 2, 3, and they still went through with it. So,
I don't know. Why is it that none of the players, most of the players that we get, is a difficult process?
Not true.
I don't know why. The man, when mother and father born at Jamaica, they just come in, man, that granny something there, and God at Portland, and granny name so, and granny name so.
Right.
So it's been a very tricky. It's been a very, probably the easiest one. Kevin Stewart was the easiest one.
That's what I'm saying. That for some of the things that they have to go through,
go dig up and go find auntie when they never talk. Coach is a lot. That's what I'm saying. The players are committed, but we never finish up with everybody. We play today. Ivan Toney play tomorrow.
No, Ivan Toney scored today, man.
He scored. He got off the mark. He
scored first Premier League goal.
And if you remember, Coach, last night when some people were talking about Ivan Toney, what did I say? I said that give him time, the goals will come, because he's doing all the right things. But he has stepped up to a level, and I want people, especially even those who say, "Oh, Damian Lowe can walk going at one Premier League side." The Premier League is not a normal something, brother. The pace of the game, you have to have it to be mentally switched. You cannot switch. Hold on,
can I get some clarification from you?
You can't switch off for 1 second, because you will be damaged in the thing. Yes, my friend.
Can I get some clarification from you?
Sure.
What's going on with Ivan Toney? Is he? Because I heard that he rejected Jamaica and there's no plans to play him for the country. So why are we talking about him? Or does he have plans to play?
No, he did not. He did not say that. He said that.
Okay, so what's the clarification? Clarify for me.
Okay, so he has said two things at two different times. He has says he was going to wait and see until September. Right?
Who's that? Who's that? Who's that? I'm alone in that room. I couldn't make.
I'm mute everybody.
Yeah, who that?
Look like a Richard. Are you Richard?
Me and man talk about butter.
Our mornings, man. All right, anyway.
I'm on a solo mission.
A cataract.
Nobody not here.
You're muted.
Solo mission.
Man, he must select the team coach. I can't turn on the camera.
Man is one expose the
team.
Man is one.
Man is one inside the camera, man.
I'm on fire, bring
coming outside. I'm on fire with it. I just say now, so in camera, no coach.
Man is one.
Coach, you are
yeah, but I want to bring in cataract.
Fourth official. Yeah. Let me just here. Yeah, ask a question. I want to. Right. So he said to give him up to September to see if he became a part of Gareth Southgate's thing. Then he said at least maybe up to when he's 28. I'm not sure how old he is now. I don't even know how he is now. I can't remember.
24.
24. So 2026.
But no, he's not 26.
Okay. You know what I'm saying? 2026 World Cup.
Oh, 2026. Okay.
Right. That's the other thing he said, the 2026 campaign. But I think he will see the light. I mean, if not, it will become patently clear to him.
I mean, your lead striker scored 17 goals last year and never make a team.
No.
Never, not even to get called up.
No, they call up no though. But what I said is that England has a plethora of strikers. And if England has a blonde hair, blue eye striker, believe you me, that is going to be the player. They wanted Jamie Vardy. They were happy now with Danny Ings, and then now Patrick Bamford. So you're gonna have to be really special to shove them on the outer way. You understand? Only right now, who stands alone? Dominic Calvert-Lewin, because he's something special. Even though people don't give him a lot of respect because he plays for Everton, but he's a good hold-up man. Yes, sir.
Can I? Yeah, bless it.
I would like you to go through your 10-point thing, coach. Please, I'm begging some time, and I'd like me to mute my mic and make Richard read from his sermon when I'm right now. Yeah, I'd love to hear it.
Is that Bible that, Richard?
Run the Bible, read the Hebrew.
I'm not gonna run it right at this moment in time. Not right now, but what?
Speak. Is that order? Is that a question?
Is it also contain a list of players who are interested to play for Jamaica?
If not, do them work, them man. If not do work with them in England.
Well, you remember I was talking about the look, and the fact that Jamaica has so many players available. It's a minefield, and I'm really hopeful that Tapper gets as much support as he possibly can. But I did a little vox pop, a little personal vox pop with 3 individuals today, looking at Jamaica and the national team. The first person I spoke to, I asked them, look here, would you ever have a problem with people just playing locally based Jamaicans? This is a Jamaican I was speaking to. The person said, I have no problem with Jamaicans born in Jamaica playing for Jamaica only. It would be a last resort if somebody from overseas came to represent Jamaica. I spoke to a second person, and this person made no bones about it. They said that I'm not nationalistic, but it was a positive thing, nothing to do with xenophobia, and I found that very interesting. The second person I spoke to used and referred to a quota system as regards the England team. That was an eye-opener. This discussion included the suggestion, which is what I think Cataract was alluding to, that could it be that there is such a thing in 2021 as a quota system when it comes to players of a certain hue and origin. When it comes to England, there's one thing being born in England, but then the color of the skin. Are you saying that if we had several players of the quality of a Mason Greenwood or the quality of a Mikel Antonio, do you think that despite that, because of a certain quota, they wouldn't be eligible for England? And wow, I find that mind-blowing.
Why would you be mind-blown about that, Richie? You know what it is?
Wow.
Here's why you shouldn't be mind-blown about it. We're talking about the same country that brought you Brexit. You think Brexit was political? Brexit was more than political. Brexit was racial than anything else. Again, the views expressed on this from the fourth official is solely from the fourth official and not from the coaches. But let me tell you this, it is not far-fetched. It's not far-fetched to say that this is absolutely true. This is the same people that brought you Brexit. It's not coincidental that the last 3 kick takers of this of the Euros was black, and it's not coincidental that they got nothing but racial abuse immediately after from the majority of the English space. It's not political at all. The politicians said people should not be kneeling for Black Lives Matter in England. It's not political, it's a cultural thing. So I don't know why you should be surprised.
I beg, man, if we can just hear. But I want to hear Richard today specifically. Continue, Richard. But want to hear that paper there. And the
you're really interested in the paper.
Yeah,
I'll reach for my glasses if you want the paper. But I'm gonna add the third point, which was, and I must say I've taken a lot of pride and respect listening to the panelists. I know that you guys are fully supportive of the best quality team being on the pitch, ideally representing Jamaica in our quest to qualify for Qatar 2022. 22. But there was a third person I spoke to. I tell you who that was. That was my father. And this is very interesting. And I'd say, to say full respect, I said, Dad, check it out. Man like Mason Greenwood is much in demand for England and big time Jamaica. Dad, as a father, what advice would you give? What advice do you think you gave? And I put that to you. What advice do you think a father would give a Mason Greenwood? I'm saluting someone like Mikel Antonio, for example, because he's made a particular choice and hopefully he sticks by it, and more power to him. My father said, son, if it was you or one of my other sons, I would advise him, you won't be surprised with this, for financial reasons, for security, to choose the Three Lions. But if it comes to pass that you're not getting the breakthrough, you're not getting regular appearances, you may not even be called up to get a first cap for England, then if you have your heart in representing Jamaica, for example, go for it and put both your feet in, fully committed. What say you?
It's a good thing you can. It's a good thing you can play football.
I would say this. I would do this. Listen.
Daddy not safe.
No. Daddy didn't say not wrong.
But the word daddy talk to nobody. Richard.
If it's for financial reason.
Don't sell your soul.
Okay? No. I'm not matter selling your soul.
No matter selling your soul.
These young men, you know, Cataract, you live in England, come out of some of the worst situation. If it's for financial reason, then, but if it's for this heart, you go play for the nation of your heritage.
You won't
and
be
that
surprised.
is a good advice.
You won't be surprised to know that I don't really 100% agree with that.
Let me tell you why.
Gentlemen, we have to close off now, you know. 2 minutes.
Let me tell you why, Richard. Let me tell you why that thing. No player in the Premier League is in a financial bind. None of them. They are amongst the highest earning Black British that live there. They're not living on any estate in a one-bedroom council flat. They're not. Even and I'm talking the Premier League ones though, right? Maybe lower down the league, the houses are not so fancy. But they certainly ain't no bricklayer and no, they're not fixing no heating, right? Or working at Tesco's bagging grocery. So the issue about finance, to me, is a red herring. How much more would you want and need when you are on 70,000 quid per week? And you don't get paid to play for England, by the way. Right?
That's what I was about to say.
Cataract, hold. Cataract, hold. So you prefer them to come without the love for the country?
No.
And they're heart in it?
No, I'm not saying
with 2 feet in?
No, you're going on a tangent. I am saying when a player wants to play for Jamaica and England comes calling and he's faced with a difficult decision, go with your heart. These decisions, are about history.
That's what exactly.
History is going to remember when some of these decisions are made. And you're look here. Let me put this frankly. Everybody remembers Robbie Earl. Right? Does everybody remember Carlton Palmer?
Yeah.
No, they don't.
Me remember him.
Hear me out.
No, they don't.
Hear me
out.
Hold on. Des Walker. I'm talking everybody. No.
I remember him.
People might, you are a football, I'm talking about the general British public. I'm not talking about the football, but every black person in Britain, remember this.
Guys, hear me out. The decision faced by these players are not, when it comes to representing the country are not financial. They're solely professional. They're not financial. As that man said rightly, so England no pay you to play for the country. So if Macy Greenwood is faced with that choice, it's how and where will you have the better opportunity to play at the highest level. And if he chooses England, it's because he wants to play at the highest level internationally. Remember, when you play for West Ham, Manchester, Macy Greenwood is going to be by the time I'm done, if I'm playing cards right, socially and professionally, he's going to be a big footballer, signing multi-million-dollar contract with Manchester United or other teams. There's no question about that. So he doesn't have to worry about money. The question comes to Mason is, does he want to play for England with all the baggage that comes with it so that he can play at a higher level? Ryan Giggs is doing well for himself, and Ryan Giggs never played at a major competition for Wales. Ryan Giggs chose Wales. They keep forgetting that. Ryan Giggs chose Wales. They could chose Portugal. They could never win anything with Portugal. And
George
they could never
Best.
ban Portugal.
George Best choose Ireland.
So the team, the question that these teams are facing, that these players are facing, is one: do they have enough connection with Jamaica to say they want to play for Jamaica? If that connection is there, then they have a question. If they're born in a family in England that separated themselves from the Jamaican culture, then they don't have that connection to the country, fam. They don't have a flag in them room. The first thing they hear about having Jamaican heritage or when they possibly could play for the country. We have to face that fact. You understand? So
All right, Ro,
so yeah, that's
the
it.
Point. Thank you very much. We have to close off the show right now. Big up to all the panelists. Mannings man was there. May I tell us they made the show nice. Trust me. Cataract, big up yourself. Tiddly Wings, Richard, big up yourself. Coach Devon, big up. Fourth official. Dre was on. Michael was on. Big up on yourself. So people, you can check out the fourth official. Rome, drop the link in the comment section. Mannings man, I think we did drop yours. So you can drop the link.
I am sure sports.
Yeah, man, I dropped it in the comment section already.
I think I the fourth official.
Remember, Reggae Boyz commentary. Don't say Cataract upon every Sunday.
Yeah, man, big up to all of the bloggers them out there right now. Big up on yourself. Thanks everybody in the comment section. Thanks for those who listened and didn't say a word. We know there are various reasons why that happened. Big up yourself. We appreciate you stopping by. Tomorrow, this conversation isn't going away. I think we need to sequel this conversation and bring it back where we can probably get some more insight into the conversation, and we really want to hear what is on that broadsheet of Richard.
The
so
Bible.
We're inviting you back early tomorrow, Richard, so you can jump on and we delve into the what is on the broadsheet. You know what I mean?
All right, sir.
Yeah, man.
Respect.
Big up yourself. Thanks, everybody. Stay safe. Peace out.
After party.